Morena, kia ora koutou katoa, nau mai ki te kārapu o te mauna nui. Ko te tū manako ka pai koe ki te mā takitaki me te whakarongo ki te, nā kōrero hā kinakina. Nā mihi nui ki Māori Active TV mō te hauwhiti live streaming. Whakarongo mai ki Māori TV o te YouTube. Mō te whakataitae raro i te rua te kaumātahi o te au. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kinakina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, hehi ake ana e te atakura. He tio, he hoka, he hauhu, tihei mauriora. All right, so good morning everybody. I'm Sonia Sedgwick and I'm going to be commentating the final of the Under-21 World's Championships. On the lawn you can see in front of you, and the players are just warming up at the moment before they begin their game in about 10 minutes time. And I'm joined by Josh Freeth, and also we'll be having Chris Clark commentating this final. So morena, Josh, how are you today?
I'm good. Good morning, Sonia. How are you?
I am pretty good actually. These playing conditions are quite different for the players, so I'm excited to see how they will cope with that. It's been pretty good weather here all week and lots of sunshine.
Yeah.
So I think initially everybody was fairly happy about the fact that the clouds moved in yesterday. We're still in the maramataka phase of kore, so it's a cautionary time anyway. The moon is closer to Papatuanuku at the moment, the earth. Anyway, this wind today, Tawhiri Matea, he's picked up a bit, and at this stage we've just had a few sprinkles of rain, haven't we? Haven't been too bad.
Yeah, it is a cyclone, but it doesn't look that bad to me at the moment. It's called Gabriel.
Yes, you were wondering about the name.
Yes. No, so the cyclone's called Gabriel, which makes it a little bit more scary than I think it actually will be today. It's expected to rain on and off, so expect that during the match. As the day goes on, the wind will increase a bit, so it's going to be interesting to see how the players cope with the changing conditions. And like you say, it's been really great weather here all week, so all of a sudden we've gotten to the final match and things could be quite different weather-wise. So it's all to play for today. It could be really interesting. So
our two finalists today, Ashton Wade from the UK, their player bios are on the official Under-21 2023 website if you'd like to have a little bit more of a look at the players and learn more about them. But Ashton has he actually started playing association croquet in 2016, so he's been playing a few years, and I think Folsey Hemi started about 2017. Not so much on his bio, and you did try and find out a little bit more downstairs.
Yes, so he plays out of the Sharouk club in Egypt. So he's been playing since 2017. He did quite well in the Egyptian Cup in 2018 and 2019. So he's one of Egypt's main up-and-coming players.
He was noticed, he was playing in kind of leagues or something, was it? And he's moved up a bit the ranks and changed clubs, is that right?
I don't know too much about the Egyptian system and how they organise their play, but I know that they are quite active, and it is quite a big deal. So some of these tournaments that Fawzi has played in, as coaches Khalid Yunus, so some of you may know him as quite a familiar face on the sideline of a croquet lawn when an Egyptian is playing. So that's
Fawzi, you can see on the left. He just took a shot, and Ashton's the taller guy. He's got the red colour down the side. The English tend to have red in their sporting attire, and so he actually only started playing golf croquet in the summer of 2020 at the Hamptworth Croquet club and made appearances in that tournament circuit in both AC and GC. So he's definitely got that advantage of knowing association croquet. And there are occasions when you do need it in the GC game. And those tactics. He's also, in 2022, Ashton was the European GC champion.
That's pretty impressive. Having only started playing golf croquet in, was it 2020, did you say?
Correct.
So obviously he's got plenty of talent. Another interesting thing to note about these two finalists is they actually entered the tournament ranked 1 and 2 respectively. So I can't remember the last time I saw the 1 and 2 ranked players in a World Champs actually make it to the final.
Because we nearly did have a bit of a dark horse upset yesterday, where we could have had a double dark horse with the New Zealand contingent with Te Kiri King from the Park Club in Hawera. And I don't know if he's ever really played even national. He's done the school age tournaments, the secondary school tournaments, but this is a big event for him to come along to, where he plays a lot more sort of club, inter-club type games. And Joel, he's played in the Golf Croquet Nationals, and I think he's been in the under-21 before. But, certainly players ranked a lot more further down the charts. And especially Te Kiri, it was so close with him and Ashton with those scores being at the 13th hoop for all 3 games.
Yeah.
Incredible for Te Kiri, this event, and for us to see him here. He's a great, warm guy, and we've really seen a lot of improvement in Joel Steele this season. So that's just a bit of a shout out to our New Zealand players. Te Kiri and Joel, I think, are going to be playing for 3rd and 4th on the lawn to the left of our screen. So you may see them occasionally, or we may pop over and visit them as the morning progresses, and the final, the players might have a break, because this will be a best of 5 today. The manager was Jeff Young and Sue Roberts. They were discussing what to do about this weather bomb that will inevitably arrive, and whether to reduce down to a best of 3. However, because we played the semi-finals yesterday, the tournament managers have made the decision to do this as a best of 5. So hopefully the weather holds off and we can complete this. We have got marquees out around the lawns with camera people underneath them, so we're hoping those marquees can hold up and we can continue coverage of this match. But just to pre-warn you, Gabrielle is on her way. And she may, upset the streaming.
So in the background there behind Aston, as they come back towards the corner, we can see Mount Maunganui. And as you can see, that's a little bit hazy there, a bit cloudy as we zoom out. So there is weather in the air. And just tagging on to what you mentioned before, Sonia, about our semi-finals yesterday.
Look at those poor Egyptians down there. Look at them. The fan club.
They look a bit cold.
It's hard. It's hard work.
They're doing a good job.
There's not a lot of coverage, sheltered places for spectators today. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to note and give them a shout. Good on them.
Yes, but I think Forsey and Aston are were the two form players going into the semi-finals yesterday.
Yes.
And they were given a run for their money. But I think we have the two most consistent players here in the final, and I think they both deserve to be here.
Absolutely. And Ashton actually has got quite a lot of quite a lot. Besides the GC European Championship in 2022, he has also won the GC First 8, the AC Second 8, and the Plate at the GC World Championships. He's been an AC Student Champion in 21 and 22, and the National Junior GC Champion in 2020. He's won the Spears Trophy for Most Improved Male in 21 in GC, and he won the APPS Memorial Bowl for the Most Improved Male AC Player in 2022. So he is currently ranked number 1 in the world for under-21s. He's represented England in both AC and GC home internationals, winning both events. So, he's played Spain versus England test match and been selected for the event again this year. So, blimey, quite a lot of international competitive play behind Ashton. And also, he is being coached and mentored by Chris Clark, who's now coaching English players again. So, that is a lot of heavy weight under his belt already for someone who's not yet 21 in this sport. And so I think Fawzi's been playing more just Egyptian, so this will be a huge event for Fawzi to really experience these players. I'm not sure how much, it didn't say in his bio, I mean, he may have gone up to some of these events in Europe, but we don't know, so he's a bit more of an unknown. But he's only dropped one game in this whole event. That's right, hey Josh? And it was yesterday Joel Steele took a game off him for the first time.
Yeah, so all the way through block play, Fawzi was just cleaning up in two games, so a match can go to 3. So he dropped his first game against Joel Steele, and even in that game it was just a loss of 7-6. So you bring it with Aston. He's got plenty of experience internationally. He's been in finals. And he's got a cool head on him, and this is definitely not going to be a new situation for Aston here today. However, Fawzi does seem to be the form player heading into this final here. So we expect it, I think, to go to 4 or 5 games. The only if there being, depending on the weather, I think if the weather sort of breaks down a bit, we could quite quickly see this turn into a bit of a slog, which I think might push it out to 5 games.
Well, I think they're tossing the coin. There we go. That's on the screen. And Ashton is going to be playing Bloom. Aston, sorry. Oh, my goodness. Aston. Hello, Aston. Yes, he gave me the look. Big smile. He's excited. Play well, Aston. Good game to you both. So he'll be with blue and black. There we go. This is the beginning of the Under-21 World 2023 final. So there we go. Yes, it's showing on the screen. Aston Wade is blue and black, and Fawzi Helmi is the red and yellow balls. So blue plays first, then it will be blue, red, black, yellow.
So Aston's first positional shot there. We can't see it on screen right now, but it has gone 2 yards too far. West of the hoop, so it's currently not a runnable position. So we see Fawzi hidden with red.
Joel and Takiri's game has commenced also. They're actually on hoop 3 already, no mucking around. Joel's put in a very nice yellow right in front of hoop 3 with a very long shot for Takiri, but Takiri's been shooting really well, so we might occasionally just comment on their score and what's going on. Takiri's playing the blue and black balls. Oh, we went through the back of the hoop. All right, so blue and black are further over, and we've got red pretty much right in front of the hoop, and yellow's about to start, so last ball to come onto the lawn. This is called corner 4 that they're standing in. Corner 4 is where golf croquet starts. And heading over to hoop 1, which has the blue top on it. There are no clips on these hoops for this event. Everything's on a scoreboard, which is being operated by people in shelter sheds, hopefully rugged up today. So Ashton's quite well, they both are. They're quite both thinking players. I've noted that watching them yesterday. They really like to have a little walk around and judge the scenarios. Quite a lot of these players. I think Aston likes to play chess, and so he's got a good strategy mind. So he'll be weighing up his options, having a good look at what he wants to do and what he wants to get out of the next few shots. And I can see there's a bit of rain started there. At this stage, they're not wearing wet weather gear. That's a beautiful stop shot.
So Aston choosing to clear the ball that's just played before him. It really puts Fawzi under pressure here. If he can see the hoop with red, this may end up being his only shot.
I think that's why he got a big clap from the crowd. I'm not sure if he can see it. He may be just choosing here to clear the blue ball. And, early in the stages, we don't have to bring out the big shots if you don't need to. And I just don't think these players are ones inclined to do big shots and put a lot of risk into their game. They'll be more calculating. So we may see some interesting tactics around hoops, which will be great to watch. Oh, he went for the jump after saying he may just clear blue. But he did not go through the hoop, so his red ball is now in corner 2 or thereabouts. Corner 2, which is up near hoop 2.
Now, neither player here are wearing wet weather gear, and as this game goes on, and it's just a trickle of rain at the moment, but that's going to add up, so it's going to be interesting to see when and if they break out the rain jackets.
And Aston, being English, is more accustomed to playing in the rain and in squally conditions such as this. The Egyptian players tend to have not so much experience at wet weather play. So it's just chosen to gently play that in front of the hoop. He would have been mindful that he would like to try and get a bit of a wire, especially on the red ball, but I think it may be open. Here comes yellow into shot now. Oh, it went through the back of the hoop. Seems to be a bit of a trend of that today. Te Kitties just did that at hoop 3. That's not a tactic that people employ. That's just occurred with the lawns. This might be he's just chosen to clear yellow away. There was no in-off opportunity there, so he'll be going into line that ball in.
But Aston definitely with the control here at hoop 1, and Forsy's chucked a speculative yellow back through the hoop. Yeah, but Aston's still definitely favourite for this. And at the start of a big match like this, what you'd want to be doing is just settle in, not take on anything too big, and you're really happy here if you end up with a shot that's just a foot in front of hoop 1. It's going to really settle you into your match. So Aston here potentially with a great start, depending on.
That's looking like it could hit. Oh, it got the hoop.
It would have.
It's very close. He did have the hoop.
It's looking like it could hit. Oh, got the hoop off. It's very close. He did.
We might have to check that.
All right, so Aston for hoop 1. First hoop of the final.
It's a great shot.
So these are 13-point games, so it's the first one to make 7 hoops. It is a good shot. Why is it a good shot?
It's a good shot. Obviously on odd-numbered hoops here, when you run them, you get to run them to in front of an even-numbered hoop, which means usually when you run a hoop opposition, well, not usually, every time you run a hoop opposition will get first shot to the next hoop. So by running an odd-numbered hoop nicely down to an even-numbered hoop, you nullify the advantage your opposition gets by getting their first position. So as you can see, Aston's ball there, it's just off to the side near yellow. So when Forsy played in, he knew that Aston would eventually, on the next rotation, have a pretty easy clearance there on yellow. So Forsy's having to potentially make bigger shots here earlier on in the match.
Yes, that ball, when it went through hoop 1, the black, it wasn't too far back, so he was able to control that quite nicely to get position up here at hoop 2 to remove the yellow ball immediately. It's quite often in GC, you're getting big hoops, and especially the young guys who are hitting the balls hard, those balls can scream through. I'm sure you do a bit of that, Josh. Still being a relatively young guy.
I'm getting a little bit older, at the same rate as everyone else.
Do you sort of feel like you're a sort of second or third generation up from these guys, you know, with the whole secondary school scene? Because you would have been a secondary school tournament player, yes? When was that?
Yeah, so I played in the secondary school tournaments in 2013. God, it's 10 years ago. 2013 and 2014. So that was around when the secondary school program was just starting in New Zealand. So I had a team of boys that I played with from my high school, and we really enjoyed. Like earlier on, it was just a laugh and a bit of fun, but it's quite amazing how quickly you can get hooked. And pretty soon, I was playing every day. But yeah, no, that was about 9 years ago now.
A decade. Should we just round it up to a decade? So,
please don't.
So Paulsy had quite a good look at the situation before he played that yellow ball in, and he's chosen not to have a go at blue. He didn't shoot at blue. I don't know if he was wired, but anyway, that's allowed Ashton to make the second hoop. So the score now is 2-0.
Awesome. And yeah, usually what we see in golf croquet is hoops scored in sequences. So the person who scores hoop 1 usually scores hoops 2. The person who scores hoop 3 usually scores hoop 4. And that's all just to do with the distances those hoops are from each other. Like just before we saw Aston run a nice clean hoop 1 down to hoop 2 and have complete control over it. So Forsey gets the opportunity to break that ascendancy now, trying to get a nice ball in front of hoop 3, which it looks like it is a little bit angly. So Aston might choose to just put a ball in behind here. So going short boundary side of black.
Unless it's really necessary to shoot with both balls, players will tend to put and back themselves and put a first ball in, especially if that other ball, their opponent's ball, isn't an easy hoop. They want to sort of let them know that they're about, and if they don't make the hoop, then they can. And so this yellow is just going to be coming in as well, and probably go on a bit further than the red. Looked like he tried to knock it on a bit, which can be successful, but also at that pace can be dangerous because they've looked like they're quite close together.
He's done a really good job there, though. I think that's great.
Red can make the hoop, and it's good to see this angle now because it looked like there wasn't a clear shot through. And Aston's had a shoot at the red, however, not happy with that. It's missed.
So that's Aston's first big shot of the game. So Forsey's had to make a few of them so far. So first big Croquet shot for Aston, so he'll just be settling into that. Unfortunately misses, so Forsey gets to have his first chance to claw back some momentum here in this first game. And similar to hoop 1, if he runs hoop 3 nice and controlled, he'll get positioned down here at hoop 4.
This looks like it's just a very easy. Just take it easy. He obviously was like, this is my first hoop of the game. And he's made it.
He was definitely trying to smooth it through there down to 4, but he's unfortunately caught a little bit of wire.
And Egyptian style is often very standardised. Many of them play very identical styles. But Forsey is an Egyptian who does occasionally cast, and sometimes he does that at the hoops. Looks like that rain's getting a little bit heavier. The Maunga Nui is looking a little bit more cloudy now. Ranga Nui's tears for Papatuanuku coming down. You know all about that? Purako and how life came into being?
No.
Not taught that at school. It's pretty standard at school these days.
I think so, but I just can't remember myself. So Aston has put his first ball down here at 4. He hasn't got that in position, but what he has got is that short boundary covered. So the reason why Forsey's come down here to have a look is wherever he inevitably ends up putting yellow, Aston is going to have some sort of shot at it. So he's trying to decide, how deep will I put this ball? Will I put it 5-6 yards from black, or I put it nice and close and have a shot from black with red?
Yes, because you really don't want to have your ball cleared across court, and so he's chosen to go in deep. So if the situation is that if red decides to clear yellow, that black decides to clear yellow, that it will not be near the hoop.
Yeah, the thing is, and Aston's done a good positional shot there. It's a little bit off to the side. With Forsey's positional shot here with yellow, he really still hasn't given Aston a big enough shot here. All Aston has to do is chuck a ball in, and he's got a 4 or 5 yard clearance in the centre to a long boundary. And Forsey pretty quickly ends up here with a 20-yard shot to save the hoop.
So territory-wise, Aston's decided, right, I want to be on that side of the hoop, so that when Forsey comes down, I can clear him and
It's really starting to get
and
heavy
work
now.
myself into a position to make the hoop. Looks like he's trying to roll this really in. Pretty good shot there. I had wondered if you'd go off a little bit more to where Ashton is standing, just to have that red saying, well, no, this is my side. It is getting heavier. This is our first really heavy dousing of rain. It's making it a little bit harder for us to see. We're upstairs in this beautiful club's building. So luckily we can see what's happening on the screen, can't we, Josh? So we have that advantage. But yes, you see that Maunga Nui is really starting to disappear.
Oh, that's an awesome shot there from Aston.
He ahua pai. You can quite clearly see with the body language of Forsey, he's not particularly enjoying the rain. He's got his hands in his pockets, probably trying to keep his hands dry and get slippery on the mallet.
Yeah, it looks like...
And he's even got his mallet hidden in his jacket. He's really only wants to get that sucker out for when he needs it.
Yeah, the reason why he's doing that is just him not wanting to get that handle wet. Yeah, he's not having fun out there. I'm glad I'm not playing there today. But he's trying to keep his handle dry, so that his hands don't slip and there's a consistency there. But I don't know how much longer he's going to manage to be able to do that here with just how much rain is coming down. You actually can't tell how heavy it is based off on what's happening on the screen there, but
Do you think he's doing a jump?
yeah.
If he moves his feet, yes. Did you see the feet move? That's the moment he's going to do a jump shot. And he's been doing quite well at his jumps. I mean, he did miss the one at hoop 1, but he has been nailing some amazing jump shots.
Oh,
and
that's a
look, there we
great
go.
shot there from Forsey.
It's a fantastic
Damn, man.
Croquet. So
He has been nailing some amazing jump shots.
Controlled. He's done it just after that rain's really started to come down here.
So I was saying he looks uncomfortable. He's obviously dealing with it all right. And that was the golf croquet jump where there's one bounce and then the ball jumps over. And as the rain continues, that will be harder and harder to achieve. You won't get so much of a
You're right there,
trampoline-like
Sonia.
effect. So it's good if you get one in that you've seen one. And so now it's 2-2.
Yes, so far in this match, Forsey's the one who's been put in the position where he really has to pull out these big shots. And so far he had that long clearance at hoop 1 where it was going to hit, but hit the wire. He's had this jump now at 4. But Aston's pretty happy here just to put some balls in and keep Forsey under pressure.
Oh, gosh, these courts here, good clearance.
nice shot.
They are sand-based, and so things do drain away quite quickly, but if you start seeing rain pooling on the lawns there and the players aren't happy, then they may decide to stop the game temporarily, depending on these weather conditions. There's not much you can do about a cyclone on the way.
You can see some puddles starting to pool there on the top right corner on the concrete. So it just shows how much is coming down right now.
So Forsey's attacking. He's having a go at blue because blue's right in front of hoop 5.
Nice shot there from Forsey. Back to a fairly neutral position here.
So everything's cleared away. So now we start again. Between hoop 4 and 5, there's not much distance. So this is the first time in this game that there's kind of a closer play scenarios like that. So often hoop 5 does become initially a bit of a shooting match, doesn't it, Josh?
Yeah, it can fairly quickly turn into one of those hoops where you've got balls on the boundaries and you're shooting through one after another, taking turns at 13-yarders. Obviously, hoops 1, 2, 3 and 4, they've got that short boundary protection on two sides. So sometimes you can feel a bit exposed out there in the middle of a lawn. 5 and 6, the tactics definitely change a bit there.
Yep, a shootout.
Mexican standoff.
So Falsey's ball, that red ball is coming in now. So yes, as you were saying, Josh, right on the sideline there, the Rarangi. It's rolling through. He's potentially looking for a block on the blue ball. As it is, Ashton will be able to stop shot that red and probably stay in hoop making position. I don't know what's happening here. It looks like that's going up above. Is it just no? Oh, it's just coming in.
Yeah, so Falsey's going over here to check out his position with red. As he's had second positional shot in here, he's chosen to position first, hoping he gets a really tight position, and then he's backed his yellow clearance on blue. So he's just going to see there whether he wants to execute this plan now, and it looks like he is. He's going to try a clear blue.
Actually, some good keen bowlers over there having a game. The man was out mowing the lawns this morning. Maybe he knew there was an important match coming on. They've got their umbrellas on. Here we go, some shooting happening.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot.
Beautifully, that blue, which didn't have hoop running open, except if Ashton had decided to jump over black and red, but that was those two balls were actually blocking hoop 5 for him. However, Falsey was not wanting to leave the blue there to have the situation where blue clears red and suddenly blue and black are the two balls in front of the hoop. You don't want that. So he preempted that by asserting his authority. Looks like the rain's hopefully dying back a little bit, which will be good. We don't want this to consistently come down, this type of rain.
So Gabrielle, is that Gabriella? Gabrielle? What's the cyclone's name?
I'm just going with what you said. It's definitely not Pam. I remember there was a Pam once. Pam
has given
sounds
us.
like, yeah.
Oh, that's a great
beautiful.
shot. Wait, we've really seen some good shooting so far here in this first game. They've settled down. Ordinarily, it's pretty normal to see players. Look at that strut. He's bought it here today. He's come here to win, man. But ordinarily, we see a few misses in the first game. But they're both playing to a really high quality right now.
Well, they are 1 and 2 ranked, so we'd like to be seeing high quality, even in the rain. So good on them. They have come a long way, and they're here for this big moment.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Like we were saying earlier with Aston, this is not an unfamiliar situation in terms of pressure. And evidently, as we've just seen him walking back and forth across the lawn, he's here and he means business.
Yes, there can be quite a lot of dynamics going on between players. They may not say anything to each other, but, you know, a bit of a strut.
They're talking to each other. They're having a walk off.
Yes.
It's like a runway.
I was certainly watching that yesterday between Joel Steele and Falsey. There was definitely changes in the energy dynamics as that game went on.
Aston Wade, you naughty man. He smoothed that down 5 through to 6. So that wasn't an easy hoop either. He had it slightly angled, couple yards out.
And the red lurking there near his feet.
Yeah, he's confidently just... You know, put that through the hoop. Again, a similar situation to one, with the same balls even. He's all over yellow there. Falsey really wanting to get a lot closer with that positional play. Aston's thinking, oh, this is chill. Chuck a ball in. I'm all over yellow. Do your worst.
Don't know what quite didn't go to plan there for Falsey, but whether he was trying to move that yellow up a little bit or whether he was trying just to move the blue on a bit.
There is a little bit of with positional shots over a slightly longer distance here at Mount Maunganui. The balls do slide left to right. So depending on how many times these two players have played on this lawn, they may still be just getting used to the roll of the lawns here, is what I suspect might have just happened.
Sorry, so you're saying the lawns have a little bit of a slope from east to west?
Do you know? Are you more familiar with these lawns than me, maybe?
Chris Clark did mention that about the other lawn yesterday, but I'm not so sure about this lawn. and it's dynamic. But certainly there's been a couple of times where I've seen things not quite roll through properly. That was a good hit again from Forsey. He's cleared away, and that was a bit pressure for him. He was under pressure there with those two balls in front, blue and black, in front of hoop 6. The peg in the centre of the field's not used for anything in golf croquet except a bit of eye candy for where you put the colour sequence of balls.
Yeah, I think it does also. I think it does serve the practical use of potentially stopping a ball whizzing through 5 and 6.
That's true. Yes. They decided not to remove it.
One thing to point out about Forsey's last clearance shot is he's just played a nice medium pace up. He's smacked Aston out of the way, and he's brought the position here back at 6 to one that is fairly neutral. So he's played the ball that's gone before him, and he's given Aston a fairly similar shot of the hoop as he had at 5. So he's...
Looks like he's going for this hoop.
Yep. Forsey seems pretty happy earlier on here. Oh, no, he's off he goes.
It was a little angly and a little long.
I really like that move there from Forsey. He's put Aston's hoop stroke under pressure, and it's just a confident decision that I like to see.
So Ashton firing with blue. He's just bringing it up. He's not going to be shooting at anything. Just bring it in because he does have the black to clear yellow, and he's done a beautiful job there of blocking the red from the black from all that distance. Of course, you know, with the rain, sometimes touch plays easier. More grip on the lawn.
Yes, sometimes there's first, second and third prizes for positional shots, and so you think if I don't get here, at least I'll get, you know, if I don't get the block on the ball, I might get the block on the hoop, and I think it's one of those situations where he's had a nice target there, where if he ends up anywhere in that zone, he's either blocking Forsey from the hoop or the ball. So I think Forsey can see the hoop here, so he may be having a shot.
Or he may be just choosing to clear the blue.
Straight back, medium pace.
Because he knows that...
No, he can see the black.
See it.
Okay.
There we go. It's always a bit tricky up here in the commentary box to judge that.
It has a great position here at the next hoop, so all of a sudden... Aston is put under a bit of pressure. It looks like he may not even be able to see yellow here. Again, the key thing to point out here is Forsey's played a really great clearance shot. Not only getting the wire, but his red ball was onside up at the next hoop. Not a fan of that shot. Not a fan of that shot.
So, Josh, just a bit of technical kōrero. When the replay's happening...
They can't hear the...
We're muted.
Yeah.
And because yesterday we were sounding like...
So they can't turn the voices on?
They're working on us being able to continuously commentate through a replay without that weird sound effect delay. But just to let the folks know who are listening, and also us to be on top of what's going on. So we'll just be told about that, but we'll be at this stage silent during replays.
Oh, beautiful, that's a great shot.
Right now, 3 all at the turn.
And before I mentioned I wasn't a fan of Aston's positional shot there with black, but I got a bit ahead of myself and I forgot the rotation of the balls. They're blue, red, black, yellow, for those who've just joined us. But yeah, Aston's shot there was fine.
All right, so now we head to hoop 7. And we already have blue and yellow in front, and so Forsey's firing probably at that blue. Or I'm imagining there was a yellow ball there.
That's a great shot. he smacked that straight in the middle.
He was really very solid at clearance shots yesterday too. I'm sure they do plenty of target practicing because Egyptians play golf croquet exclusively. I don't think there's really any association croquet played as of yet in croquet in Egypt.
We're starting to see a bit more of a crowd gather down on the far end of the lawn, even though it's a bit wet. Just off to the right, top right there, we can see one of the old New Zealand young boys, Angus Coulter.
Angus? Tell me about Angus. I don't know Angus.
You know George Coulter? Angus and George Coulter?
Oh, well, okay. Well, I thought I heard the surname. Right.
Legends.
Yes. Yeah, I know George. I went to Australia at the Trans-Tasman GC.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
New Zealand versus Australia with George. Right, here we go. Blue's coming back in. Looks like he might like to give yellow a little bit of a nudge. Just to get that, hopefully that yellow in a position where he can clear it with the black ball, because at that stage he may have had more of a rush straight at a hoop. So Falls is a good one for having a walk round like Aston, to have a look at all angles and scenarios.
So what Fawzi's trying to decide here is he play, smack the ball, what she does choose to do, or was he going to smack the ball that just played away, or was he going to smack black away?
Well, he just didn't really have a lot going on for clearing black, because black would have only really probably just gone onto that back line, not making it that much harder for Ashton to clear.
I mean, there's an argument for doing it just as he does have a shot here at the hoop or yellow, so there was a little bit of a decision there that needed to be made. Oh, so
he
gone
chose
for a jump,
to jump,
yeah.
And it wasn't successful by the body language. Gone through hoop 11 down to hoop 12, so could be anybody's game at this stage. I'll just check on that score and let you have Josh for a minute.
Thank you, Sonia.
Rain.
Started to rain really, oh God. Okay, so players are running here for shelter. It's really started to come down. And as it started to rain, we've got our resident ref here coming out to have a bang on the hoops. So our players have run under shelter, and an older fella here has come out onto the lawn.
Well, it's Tony Hawley.
Tony.
This is nothing.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, 90 years old and he's quite happy.
He's nothing, you young whippersnappers.
He's loving it. What a great life.
He's brought a snorkel with him.
Yeah. So they saw on the Te Kere Joel Steele game. They're in their first game, and it's 6-5 to Te Kere.
So the reason why Aston has gone for a jump there, his last shot, he could have cleared yellow away, but there was a high chance he'd end up in behind the hoop with yellow just shooting back in and potentially getting a wide position. So he's just...
Oh, Josh, I think the Cyclones arrived. Did you feel that? Did you see that lift and the winds picked up and there was some thumping sounds outside?
It could just be that its next little tendril reaching out towards us. Gabrielle.
Tendrils, right.
You know the cyclones, they spin around and they've got like little fingers, and then I don't know if that's the technical term. I'm not a meteorologist.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's yeah. Well, we'll see how we go with this coverage, but quite a lot of our cameras are going to be coming under quite a lot of stress soon. This is really picked up, this wind. I'm not sure how long these players are going to keep going in these conditions.
Of course we have the final on the day where we have a cyclone coming for the North Island. It's Murphy's Law, right?
Well, we've pretty much had a season of, we have cyclone season now. I mean, all this flooding and everything, it just seems to be the way forward. And Tauranga has had tornadoes.
Oh, really?
and we have the water spouts out in the ocean in Hawke's Bay. But they're continuing to brave on in this weather.
Yeah, they've come back out onto the lawn even though it hasn't really lit up. Oh, there's another wave.
I don't think. I think it's only going to get worse.
Oh.
Well,
Is this...
see, the English don't mind this weather conditions. Did he just make that from the line?
Yeah, I mean, I think he may have had a bit of a double there. He's definitely... Yeah, no, that was a great shot there from Aston.
Falls is not deterred though. Look at that red. Beautiful. He's going to hide in the shed at the moment. He doesn't have to play. And the Egyptians are giving him some space.
So we chose here to play a best of 5 this morning. We rushed through another round, that being the semis last night, hoping to get all this out of the way today. I didn't expect the weather to be quite this bad this early on today. So settle in, folks. We have a few more hours of croquet ahead of us yet.
Aston's firing across court now. And he was shooting it, I can't even see, was at the red ball, yes.
At the red ball, yep.
Which, that was that beautiful shot that Falsey did to
yes,
put it down there.
Aston's been forced to have a shot at the red here, just as Blue's on the baseline behind the hoop. So that was his one shot there to clear that out of the way. Falsey just trickling up, maybe a little bit far. Not in hoop running position.
I might just go and move some cables that are getting a bit wet. I'll be back in a sec.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sonia. So I've never seen the wind get big enough where it's picked up a croquet player and flown them across the lawn, but today may be the day. It's pretty rough out there.
So Te Kere and Joel have just completed their first game, so they're probably coming in for a bit of a break and a discussion about the weather. I think their first one went to Te Kere. I just popped outside to move some cabling out of the rain a bit because things are really driving in now, and this is a bit of a nor'easter, so it's driving at the clubhouse.
So 4 all here, heading over to hoop number 9.
They're keeping it neck and neck, aren't they?
Yep.
Josh, nobody's raced off, nobody's having to clamber back hoops.
Totally.
And Falsey really had his head down with that hoop 8 shot. He wanted to make sure he got it. It's not like you have to shoot through to the next hoop, it's just going to go to the back line. So now they're heading over to hoop 9, an odd numbered hoop. Blues coming over. Probably wanting to gain some territory over on that boundary a little bit. Falsey's looking like that. Black's sitting pretty there, Josh.
Yeah, Black's in a nice position there. Aston's chose to not put that too close. He's felt pretty comfortable running those hoops from that distance, so he's just really made sure that he's got a ball in front there at this crucial 9th hoop.
He's wanting to take out the red ball then. So he might have been trying to clear Black, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Didn't get the one he wanted. Leaving Ashton with a hoop shot. The range just died away a bit then, so that's good timing for a hoop shot. And last time Ashton made a hoop was that amazing hoop 7, wasn't it, from the line?
Yep.
So he should be reasonably confident of nailing that one.
His hoop running is very good currently. So Aston goes 5-4 up.
On to the 10th. And that yellow looked like it got really good position up at hoop 10, a little bit off to the left. And the blue's going to come into the right of that. Well, maybe you were right about the tendrils, Josh, because the rain has eased off a little bit. But when it did come in, it was quite fierce. That's only the beginning of this cyclone.
So yeah, the weather seems to be coming in waves currently. Each wave has gotten a little bit worse. So again, we've got no rain now, no wind. It's all still all of a sudden.
So a lot of players will be travelling home in the next few days. And the last time there was a big weather event up in Auckland. Of course, it was a horrible experience for the staff at Auckland Airport and not being able to come into work, and all these people at the airport unable to go anywhere and very frustrated by their plans being halted by this weather, which, you know, essentially, well, humans can't do a lot about. It's just clipped blue. Thought perhaps it was going to go past, so that's meant, because he's really not hit that centre ball, that his yellow ball is now really down just above hoop 1 level out from hoop 5, close to the boundary, so he's not going to be very happy about that. The only one left near the hoop's red at this stage, but Ashton's bringing in his blue ball. He probably will choose just to bring it in by the looks of it. Don't know if that red's got the opportunity to make the hoop, and Falsey may not take up an immediate opportunity to go for that hoop, depending on where that blue ended up. He'll go and have a look at that and decide. You know, given that his yellow ball's very far away, he may just choose to move blue away. No, he looks like he's going for the hoop. And if he gets this, that'll level the game to 5-all. This could be going to the 13th hoop at this rate. It hit the left leg and has spat out over towards hoop 11. So, now black. A long way to come, but Red can shoot at those balls, but he's only going to be shooting them to the side boundary. It looks like he's got a bit of a block on the hoop. Yellow's blocked blue from hoop 10. Hoop 10's the one with the red top on it, because that's the hoop 13 hoop as well. So the final hoop of the lawn, should they go to the 13 points. Right, what do you think? Do you think he's going to try a jump, or he's just going to do a clearance?
I'd be surprised if he tries a jump here. I think he's keen to just nice stop on yellow. Oh, he had a big gap in between the balls there. Okay.
Yes, so he's chosen to cone. Well, he is one hoop up.
Potentially, yeah, potentially yellow
so
might be blocking red from black a little bit there.
Yes, and also just there's two balls close together. It can often be very difficult to get a good clearance, and you can sometimes take out both balls. However, red's not too far away from black. Just depends on how much you can see of it. Obviously, plenty.
Yeah, he's done well there.
But as I said earlier, that black's only just going to clear to the sideline. But he has hit it on the right side. So red's come out just out from yellow, but black is a bit further up the lawn. Not quite in the corner. So he'll be firing now at the yellow ball. He'll be wanting to take that ball out. That's probably the plan. Bit of a mid-paced shot. And the other option is just to bring the ball in. Of course, very good shot. Lovely centre ball that's what you like. Miss is putting a lot of pressure on Falsey right now to clear that blue. And also the black has ended up quite close to hoop 11, which is the next hoop. I wonder if he can see blue. He's walked away like he can't. It will be very tricky. The way that Ashton hit his black ball really centre has meant that he's probably put in a block. And the fact he's standing there looking at it means he's weighing up what will he do with this. It's too big a longer one probably to jump over black. No, maybe he's got a pathway through on the right-hand side. Oh, thankfully it looks like it's cleared up a little bit here. The mountains in far better vista. And the second game between Te Kira King and Joel Steele has begun at hoop 1.
Sorry, Sonia, I just went away there to have a...
Did you want to come and do some commentary? Wouldn't be adverse to a little bit of a kōrero from...
So we've got Angus Coulter here. He's going to come over and have a wee chat with us.
Go on. We like to have guest speakers. It kind of livens up the day, you know.
Hello, Angus. How you going?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself? Shame about the weather.
Get nice and close up here to the mic.
So I was just saying to Josh, I know George.
Yep.
And played with George in the Trans-Tasman against Australia.
Yeah, he's on his way down as well, so he's coming over from Rotorua.
Fantastic. Is he an engaged man these days?
He is, yep.
Oh, wow. Exciting.
He's found love.
He's found a good woman.
He has.
To love. That's awesome. And so you play a little bit on and off here and there?
Well, George and I played in a doubles tournament a few months back.
Wonderful.
For the,
keep your hand
for the
in
fun
there.
of it, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was quite good.
And how did you go for the fun of it? Did you beat everybody up or mixed bag?
We came second, but we were quite surprised the shots.
Quite poor.
It's quite poor, really. I mean, you wouldn't have had any practice or anything. I
No,
mean,
a 3-year layoff wasn't too bad, we thought.
It's not too bad, yeah.
You never really lose the hang of it.
No, it's like riding a bike.
I do find that being a player that's played just slightly over a decade. Just slightly.
Have you only just been playing for a decade, Sonia? How old are you?
I love pranking you guys. Yesterday, Robbie Spooner thought I was staying in the cruise ship. I literally spun a yarn. No, I started when I was 12 years of age.
Wait, 12? So
12,
for those out there who don't know, Sonia's father is Tony Stevens. Won the New Zealand Championship when he was 16. What was that, 1964?
Oh, something like that. He won 4. He won the men's, the handicap singles, the doubles, and the open champs at 16. They're like, who's this whippersnapper? Ashley Heenan bought him to play. He played the doubles with him. So, yes, he played at a very young age because my grandmother played. So my kids, fourth generation croquet players. Yeah,
all right,
so
we should probably...
Yeah, I don't want to talk about how long I've been playing. I was 12 when
You've
I
got
started.
croquet in the blood.
Yeah, so it's just getting back to that, you know, that, Angus, what you're saying is that you could be a bit rusty, just go in, you know, hit some balls and do quite well.
So 6-4 here currently to Aston, heading over to the 11th hoop.
Yes, we've seen a bit of a lead for the first time in this game. So if Ashton gets a hoop, the next hoop, that means he wins the first game. Falsey needs to make the next 3 hoops to win the game. He won't be very happy about that. It's coming a little bit short. Black to play. Do you think he'll just clear that red away?
I suspect so.
Yellow's up on the back line. We can see Falsey's just going to his yellow.
What he's going to have a look at there is whether he wants to block yellow from blue. He looks like he's going for the hoop here. He's just going to, all right, this is for the game. First game of the finals to go 1 up.
Left leg, but you know, it's just stayed around, so hey, why not? There's various options you can do, but at this level often they do go for hoops. And yellow's going to shoot at the blue, and he has been hitting well. No trouble, just about in and off.
So just like that, and what's gone from quite a dominant position here at the winning, or the potentially last hoop for Aston, is now more in favour here of Forsey, so it's pretty quickly how the tide can turn.
Looks like we've got a bunch of Australians just in shot then. There's Timothy, and I don't know the other players, but just want to say a shout out to the Australian players that have been here this week. Sorry, our commentary is going to be interrupted by a bit of meet and greet. George Coulter has just arrived in the room, and I want to give him a hug too, but I'm just left on the mic at the moment, not allowed. So Forsey's clearing that blue ball by the look of it. And he's stop-shotted it so that it's not going to be too close to the black, because with black playing next, he doesn't want to be leaving Aston a easy stop shot away. Hi, George. Hello. I'm just going to say hi to George.
We should get George to say hello. So we've just got another player here turn up, George Coulter. It's Angus Coulter's older brother. He's a future business tycoon.
Beautiful man. Yes, a beautiful life together. Oh, look at crying. Oh. I was just having a look at an engagement ring. Oh, and George is such a
Do you remember what that was
guy.
like, Sonia?
No.
Really?
That's why I just said she's a lucky lady. She's got an engagement ring.
Chris,
I bought myself one. Yeah, anyway.
So
I'm not going to cry about that. Are you going to come in?
First game there to Aston.
I'm going to head off for a little bit and leave you with Chris Clark, who's going to join the commentary for the first time today. Thanks, Chris. So I didn't see that moment, but obviously Aston did get the hoop. We're too busy chatting.
7-4.
What are we like? So Chris has come to sort us out.
Chris is going to join us now. He's been outside and he's had a bit of a better view than us, so he'll give us a bit of a debrief from that first game.
Well, it was just absolutely fantastic, wasn't it?
Yep.
I mean, that was a magnificent standard play. You could have been in an open GC Worlds final, and that would have been a really high standard of play.
Yeah, yeah.
I spoke to a few of the players before the match started, and I said, what do you think is going to happen? And the general opinion was 3-1 Forsey. And I think that's a perfectly valid opinion based upon the last 4 days, but I don't think they've taken into account the absolutely critical nature of the change in playing conditions.
Yeah.
I thought it was worth at least a game to Aston. So what we're talking about is the temperature's gone down, and we're going to have rain. It might be dry occasionally, it might be spitting, or it might be absolutely bucketing down.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians are so much worse when it gets cold and wet. To be fair to Forsey, he played well in that.
He played well, yeah. And I was thinking, usually in the first game of a big match like this, you expect to see a few of those longer roquets missed, and they're just settling into the match. But yeah, both had quite a high level there in terms of hoop running and clearances over sort of 10 yards. So
there was one physical error, I thought, which was Forsey failing hoop 7, which was critical. It came right in the middle of a heavy downpour.
Yes.
And really, it was a 2.5 foot straight hoop. He was trying to control it down to 8. Failed the hoop. Aston ran it from angled at the boundary.
Yeah.
Big changing point in that first game. And then at hoop 10, Forsey opted for a tricky attempt at the hoop instead of a basic clearance.
Yeah.
I thought that was probably a tactical error. But in between that, so many good shots. Aston, 2 fantastic clearances at hoop 1 and at hoop 4 to not just clear the ball but block the other ball.
Yes.
Forsey responded with a magnificent jump over the ball at 4. Great shot. Multiple clearances at 5, multiple clearances at 6. Really, really good standard of play. So this is going to be a great match. I think it's absolutely balanced. I think it's 50-50. And if we get some more games of that standard, we're in for an absolute treat.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. Just from Aston, I've seen that his bag of tricks potentially is a little bit deeper, especially as the weather continues to get more squirrely today. But when Forsey is hitting, he's definitely one not to be trifled with.
Yeah,
So
so
they
Aston will
started the
probably have the concept in his mind that he's going to try and play tight position to start with in this match and just see if it's good enough to beat Forsey, or whether Forsey is just going to, you know, monster all over him like he did against Jana. And if he finds he's being beaten, then he'll go deeper and play a much more what we call deep game or outer game.
Yeah.
And taking position deeper and doing more clearing and longer hoops. But to start with, he's going to try and control the game. 7-4 was a flattering score to Aston in that. It was absolutely anybody's. And so many good shots and good tactical decisions.
Yeah.
Apart from, I think, at hoop 10, where I think there's a definite opportunity to do different lines of play, which would have been a little bit better.
For Forsey there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that 7-4 score just reflects Aston scores hoop 1, positioning at 2, Aston scores 5, Aston scores 7, and those really crucial hoops, and I think 9 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good positional shot at 9.
I was about to say, so you were talking just before about Aston wanting to get nice tight position at hoops. He's built a bit of confidence now, and we've seen him run some really good hoops from about 3 yards, so his positional shot over to 9, it wasn't super tight. He was really just guaranteeing the ball was in front there and putting Forsey under a bit of pressure. So I really like the placement of that ball.
I think two things. The rain will have made it easier to take position, but equally, if we continue to get these downpours, the launch speed is going to gradually slow, and adjusting to that is going to be one of the key things. But they're a good, I think, second to second and a half slower than yesterday afternoon, and that will make position taking much easier. These little brown patches that we were getting near hoops, just speeding the ball up, don't exist anymore.
I was just looking at Aston's bio as well. It seems that he does have a bit more experience in finals and pressure situations. I don't know too much about Forsey's play in Egypt.
Well, I think the thing we need to say about Forsey is he gets to play in their inter-club competition, which is a hugely strong competition.
Yeah.
So he's used to playing big matches. He's used to playing the top players in the world, the players with the experiences, all these top Egyptians. And his tactics are great, and physically he's excellent. So I don't think he'll be fazed by this. He'll have played big matches before. The point I wanted to make about Aston is he's not very good, in my opinion, at weekend tournaments, in two-day tournaments. Right. He gets better as the tournament goes on, and when you're playing 4, 5, 6, 7 days, he's better in that length of tournament. So he's won the British Open, he's won the European Championship, he won the plate at the Worlds, having not qualified from his block. So starting off a tournament is always a little bit vulnerable, and I think he gets better as it goes on. And immediately breaks.
So he's just been running that length hoop really well in that first game, and he's continued that form into the second, so that's a great way to start.
Yeah, if there's one element of his game that is clearly world class, it's his hoop running. And I was absolutely concerned watching the practice as he failed hoop 1 time and time and time again. I thought, what's going on here?
Okay.
And he's turned up in the actual match, and he's been great, hasn't he?
He's had definitely.
So hoops have been reset. They've got still the old hoop holes, I think, but you've got this quite clayey sludge that they put in the hoop holes, and it firms them up quite nicely.
Okay.
But again, we've stopped the rain, but it is chilly out there, Josh. It really is.
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift. So all summer here it's been quite muggy, quite humid, and all of a sudden there's been a shift in the air here where there's definitely the telltale signs of something bearing down that's coming our way.
And again, when it was raining, you could see Forsey walking around the lawn with his mallet up inside
Yes.
his jacket, trying
Yep.
to keep the grip dry. And then just before he failed that 7, he went and dried his mallet off with his towel. So they're not used to this dampness, this rain, and he's lost that one again. We mentioned yesterday during commentary there's a slight slope from the eastern side to the western side.
Right, so that's right and
to
left as
Yeah.
we're looking at it. Yeah.
And he might have finished in a dreadful position there, blocking red from clearing black, or even getting in front of the hoop. So just trying to clarify whether they're touching, which would allow Forsey to play forward into yellow and move both balls in front of the hoop, or whether there's a gap, in which case he'd probably not be able to do that and have to play slightly more away. So Aston's just going to take position nicely in front of hoop 2. Red can't hit it.
That's a
It's a
great
good shot.
shot.
Now what can red do? Can it nudge past yellow and maybe get in front of the hoop?
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this angle.
It's not where you want to be though, is it, as red and yellow?
It's not ideal. It's quickly changed who's the favourite here at hoop 2.
Yeah, that was the problem. Tough shot there. Tried just to get in the jaws, and he's gone nowhere really, hasn't he? That's a nothing red. So black got 2 options. It can take the hoop on, or it can take a half ball clearance on the right on yellow and try and get it to wide position.
I am really liking that position, that shot, sorry.
Oh, that's... So he hasn't taken it as fine as we thought, and he's tried to hold for position. And it's not worked that badly. Blue can still run the hoop, and black is partially blocking the clearance on blue. Yellow can hit blue in the middle, but it can't hit the right-hand side of it. So he's got a partial block.
I haven't had...
Why hasn't he gone for that? Blue is open on the hoop.
Was he thinking trying to put the ball somewhere around Aston's feet? It's the only possible explanation I can kind of think of. He's able to see blue here, so I'm not quite sure.
I just thought you had to clear blue there. Blue's got an easy hoop shot. Black may not be able to get to 3 very easily.
No.
But, you know, 2-0's 2-0, isn't it, Josh? We like being 2-0 ahead.
Definitely. So...
Oh, he's hit black.
Ooh.
Well, that hoop was completely open, and he's hit black, well, more than feathered it. That's a poor shot, out of nowhere.
Okay, so just like that, Forsey's gone from a position where it was extremely weak to strong favourite all of a sudden.
Had Aston been worried about hitting black, he would just have played a little jump shot, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Easy shot.
Yeah.
So, just he's missed that by a mile. So, I think the temptation here is probably clear yellow, trying to hold some sort of position. That's interesting. That's very defensive, allowing yellow to have a go at this angled hoop. I wanted some clearing there.
Yeah, I haven't seen Aston have to make too many big shots here today so far.
And that's part of the game plan. That is part of the game plan is let Forsey have some difficult hoops,
Right.
and try and make it easy for yourself. But by putting black there, he hasn't given himself an easy hoop. Were
No.
black to fail and blue to clear yellow.
Yeah.
So he's done neither one nor the other, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that decision, just because you're still left with this clearance blue on red anyway. So I would have been a more bigger fan there of clearing yellow, clearing red.
Yeah, blue on red's fine, providing black's in better hoop running position.
Yeah.
So maybe he just played it way too far. Maybe he's just trying to get hoop position and overhit it.
Yeah. he could have potentially been trying to wire or get that block through the yellow, so positioning, hoop running position, and
So can he absolutely nail this? Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
so that's the second time here Aston's had a clearance in that general direction. Last time he's just bobbled off the right-hand wire, and this time he's done a perfect shot.
But yeah, that was well worth going for there.
It was in the mix, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, otherwise that black can be cleared by the red ball, even if the red's cleared to the boundary. So I like that choice of the on-off. Forzy's having to go at it straight away here, so I don't know how far in the jaws it is. Oh, he's peeled it.
He's put that through, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the other point I wanted to make about the first game is Aston had the luck.
Yeah.
So he did a couple of things, but both of those stun clearances were fantastic shots to get the block. But you still need a little bit of luck that the ball isn't just going to bobble and go an extra ball or two.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he had a clearance at hoop 5 that blocked Forsy from clearing, and Forsy just had to play back in. So that was lucky. And then he had a clearance at hoop 10.
Yeah.
That, again, he hit in the middle, so good. You know, really good shot, but you've still got to be lucky to get the block.
He's gone on second and third prizes quite a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah, so...
And first shot over here at 3 as well. So he's really taken a strong position here in the second game.
Yeah, and you don't win World Championships normally unless you've got a bit of luck. I have to say Matthew Essick was just fantastic when he won the GC Worlds. I didn't think he was particularly lucky. I just thought
just really
every
solid.
day he played, he was fantastic and was the better player. But normally in these GC events, luck does play a part, and Forzy's on the wrong end of it at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And over the course of a best of 5, we expect to see that
good shot
even out. That's a great shot there from Forsy, which is why we do play best of 5s usually in the final, just so we mitigate that chance of the luck playing a role. So hopefully, as we see this match move on, we'll see that swing back towards Forsy. But for now, Aston strongly in an ascendant position here in the second game. That's gone through enough where that's not really even a hampered shot, is it? It's quite
absolutely.
easy.
He's got a clear stroke. And so far, this is the best positional match Aston has played. And I think he's really enjoying the reduction in pace in the lawn. He's now confident of taking position where he wants to get.
He's looking really comfortable out there.
Normally does. Both these players, Forzy's just as laid back and chilled as you want, but Aston has got a very good match play demeanour. He's balanced. He's just he looks as if he's comfortable.
See that positional shot there at the same hoop would have whizzed by, so it's really showing how much these lawns have slowed up here today with the extra rain.
Yeah, so trying to get the block on yellow on the hoop, and is he taking the hoop on?
It looks like it.
This is really aggressive. I'm surprised at this. This is low percentage. I'm thrilled to bits as Aston to see my opponent taking this. 2-0 down.
It's almost in the corner. Commentator's curse though. Oh, on the outside. No.
We haven't seen many hoops from that position run, have we really?
No.
And at 2-0 up, one of the things the Egyptians do at 2-0 up is that they try and manufacture positions where they end up with a short, straight, odd-numbered hoop that they can eventually run down to hoop 4 and get back to 2-all.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the sort of balanced, slow play that I was
And the chores again.
anticipating.
Yeah, it shows a level of frustration potentially and patience from Forsey, where he may be feeling a little bit hard done by on the end of some of these shots he's having to play. He's communicating with Aston here that he doesn't want to have a dogfight at each hoop.
There's been no sign to me, though, that he's the weaker player yet.
No.
He should just be doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Hope the luck swings a bit. And anyway, let's see this big jump shot. Played a super one at hoop 4, didn't he?
Just when it started to rain as well.
Yeah.
No, he's really good at these distances. It'd be interesting to see if he goes for on the full or with a little bounce here.
This will be on the full. Missed the hoop.
Missed the hoop.
So interesting choice for Aston here. He could rush Peel Black down the lawn, avoiding Red having the small chance of clearing it from where he is. He could try and block Red at Black with Blue, or he could just play to halfway, saying, go on, off you go, you can have that long shot, Red, if you want. I'm going to go halfway to hoop 4.
I'm a fan here of going halfway. I think Black's sitting just out of the hoop. Both of Forsey's balls maybe have, can see quarter of Black. But I'm pretty happy to let Forsey take those big shots here.
Well, he's only going to get one of them. He's only going to get Red at Black.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's another reason for playing halfway.
Yeah.
Yellow's offside. So Black is going to be the first ball down to hoop 4.
Yeah.
So on that principle, I'm tempted to try and block Red at Black. I'm going to get the first ball down at 4 anyway. The only thing that can go wrong is Red hitting Black.
Yeah.
So rather than go all the way down there, I want to minimise that small percentage chance of Red at hitting Black.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Chris. You've laid that out really well. So you're going to have the first ball down at 4 anyway if you run the hoop, so there's no point in going all the way halfway. The only chance here of losing the hoop currently is Red snicking Black.
And
so
I don't think Red's going to take it on. I think Red's going to play halfway.
So we're just waiting for Aston to make a decision here.
Well, are we? I'm just wondering, can you see where Forsey is? Has he gone for a bathroom break?
No, potentially he has, yeah.
So
After missing that hoop, he may have just gone for a bit of a reset of some kind.
Yeah, normally you'd wait in between games, but, not always possible. And Aston just taking his time, wandering around the lawn, looking at Red's shot at Black. How much of this ball in hoop 3 has he got? I think if Blue gets any sort of block, Red will just play onside. Red is a clearing ball, remember. So Red wants to be as close as possible. Yellow will play in from an offside position. So if Blue were to play onside just north of the peg line, whereabouts would you put it?
I'm probably going to play personally further towards the east boundary here, so it become a clearing ball where if I had a good shot at 4, I might be able to get an onside ball at 5.
That's exactly right. So you want to be much closer to the east boundary than the midline. Never risk putting it anywhere where Black might run into it.
Yep.
But yeah, probably 3 yards off the east boundary.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. So with each shot here, there's sort of like first, second and third prize, and you're always just looking for how you can convert those smaller margins, which really add up. He's going just for a position.
Ultra defensive.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Saying he's gone wide from yellow.
Yeah.
And he's saying, look, you hit Black, I'm still won the hoop.
Yeah.
And I don't think Forsey's going to attempt the clearance. He's going to play halfway, trying to get in the way of Black getting down to hoop 4.
Well, yeah, and an interesting point here in this position is we were talking about blue playing that block in between red and black, but seeing as he's got that full hoop in the way of yellow and blue, he's pretty much made the chance of Forsey winning this hoop fairly impossible. So I'd be pretty surprised if Forsey has a shot through on black here. He might just give it up.
And I'd always go and look at where black is. Is it likely to wick off a wire, go one way or the other? Where should I be put in this position? Is it directly between hoop 3 and hoop 4? Or is it just a couple of feet one side or the other, based on which wire it's going to come off? So yeah, he's done that as we anticipated. Gone to that onside position between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Played a very good shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot. So
And ideally you want to wick off the right hand wire to either get in front of hoop 4 or on the short boundary side. You don't want to be west of the hoop. That's good.
that's a great shot. See, I'm a big fan of that.
That's good. That's threatening to run the hoop.
Yep.
And it's on the short boundary
Yep.
side. Yellow offside, so it moves to the western penalty point. And Aston's got a game up, 3-0 lead, the sort of start to a World Championship final you dream about.
Totally. I'd really love to see Forsey step it up here a little bit as we continue into the second game.
That's too tight, I think. I think that's about 60 degrees.
Yeah, that's not runnable.
And equally, it's on the wrong side. It's short, so black's got a clearance it can cut. Half ball to corner 1.
Yeah, again, Aston's left in these positions where all he has to do is play fairly... that's not a great
Poor
position.
Shot.
No.
Poor shot by blue.
But Aston's just having to play these bread and butter shots a lot of the time where it's just nice position, simple clearance with second and third place prizes.
Are you surprised he's put red there? Isn't black just going to clear that? He's just offered
Yeah.
it up. Surely red should have been more on the opposite side of the hoop to black.
Especially with where yellow is. That's a great shot. So Forsey
He's going to try the
has
jaws.
to try jaws the ball here.
We've seen a few of these attempted, and they are really testing shots, aren't they? I think this is one of the
Yeah.
more difficult shots in the game, particularly with a quadway. You've got to get the touch really well.
He's done really well there. It's not in the jaws, but I think it's just sitting in there. It's awkward. It's made it awkward for Aston.
So he's fancying his jump shot.
Yeah, he's going for a jump here. Just with how close black is to 5. If he gets a jump here, Forsey's in an awful position.
So if he misses this, do we think black can clear yellow by hitting the right-hand side of it?
I think so. I think he's got a nice target there.
So you think he's got a sort of free jump shot here?
Yep, yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah, one of those clearances black onto yellow where you just wanting to hit the ball and the peg.
No, it's a bad shot.
No, not
Watched
even hit the
him
wire
practice
there.
at United when he landed about 10 days ago, and he was just nailing jump shots from 3-4 yards. It was a really impressive practice session, but not hitting the hoops really weak from that range. So Forsey well back in this now, and he'll be thinking about how he can maximise his chance at hoop 5.
It's a great shot.
Lovely shot.
Super tight position there, but he's pulled it off.
He's jumping again. Rather than clear, he's taking the jump on again. Now he's missed the
Missed
hoop
that
to
on
the
the other
right
side.
again.
Okay.
Generally, when you're missing the direction, it's a sign that the tempo of the swing's wrong. So
Yep.
he's either starting the downswing too quickly
Yeah.
So, two bad balls here. He's got an offside blue and he's got a black near corner 4. And Forsey's going to have about a 7-yard clearance with yellow.
So this is a really important part of this game. Aston has first position here to 5, but like you say, Chris, Forsey's got a couple fairly close clearances. He's kind of all over 5. So he's got a chance here to turn the tides a bit.
So I hate that blue. It's just 5 yards away from yellow. It's going to be smashed to smithereens. I either want blue really, really close to 5, or I want it almost on the south boundary. I'm assuming black is either going to clear yellow or red here. So I'm assuming yellow. The only reason for putting blue in what I assumed was good hoop running position was black was going to clear yellow.
I just haven't seen Aston make those types of plays so far in this game. So I'm thinking he's probably just going to put a ball in here.
Yeah, this is too weak with yellow being on top of blue.
So these next few sequences are going to be interesting for just watching what Aston does. He's going to be having to make shots to save hoops for the first time in the match.
So Forsey just moving it out of an old hoop hole. Wants a good solid clearance on this blue. Yeah, if red was 2.5 yards away, I'm completely happy with Aston playing in, but red's all over this hoop, isn't it? It's too defensive.
He's got a little bit of black in between.
I think it's open.
Wonder if we can get an angle on that.
Yeah, I think that's open on the left.
Let's have a look. Is that open? Can you see? Yeah, that is open. Yeah.
We had a lovely set of clearances at 5 in the first game. These middle hoops can always be competitive against really strong players. Keep hitting back and forth. Let's see if Aston can get himself back in and justify his decision. Oh, in the middle. Super.
That is naughty.
He hasn't got as much power as some of the players in this tournament.
No.
But he's still got enough to hit that 14-yarder and clear it to the boundary.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see Aston overhit it, but he's just got a really great pace there where if he hits it in the middle, it's going to the boundary.
So didn't like the line of play, but he's got out of it with a physically powerful shot.
It was super decisive.
Oh, lovely shot.
Sharp.
Anything involving hitting that is just great because it gives you the opportunity to play in and then shoot again next time. So black needs to get really good hoop position here. If anything, you're playing fractionally to the right-hand side of the hoop, which potentially gives blue the chance to play in for a block.
Yeah.
Straight's good as well. Never say straight's bad. But yeah, you'd rather be on the right-hand side than the left-hand side.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So again, yellow will play in here. Might try and get just the opposite side of black to blue, so blue can't clear it. He's shooting.
So it's the first time in a while Aston's had to make a big shot. He smacked it right in the middle and his ball's just hung around 5. So although he's been getting maybe the majority of the luck here, he's definitely putting himself in the position to get that. So he's really stepped up.
Yeah, this is very un-Egyptian, shooting with the first ball.
No.
One of the things they're coached is basically don't shoot unless you've got a ball in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was a wrong choice of shot. I think that's quite a good choice of shot. I think Yeah, I might have played that same line myself. I think it shows the change that's happening within Egypt. They are starting to play the odd shot here and there as an immediate clearance.
Are you thinking because of just how close it is to that south boundary? If I get it half on the right,
I think it's partially because blue can just clear yellow if you take position. If blue was maybe further away, he might have taken position. Aston's gone all out for the block. I wouldn't have done. I'd have made sure blue was in hoop running position. Potentially between yellow and the hoop, or nice and straight again. He's got the block, so good luck to him. He's tried to nudge blue into black. So a really good positional shot from Aston. I'd have continued to place balls in front of the hoop.
Yeah. So we've seen really good hoop running from this distance from Aston so far. Scoring the exact same hoops that he got in the first game as well. Oh.
That will look, you could see on the backswing.
Yeah.
It went on the backswing.
Commentator's curse.
He completely lost it at the top of the backswing. So blue's in jumping position. So I think, it has to be cleared. The question is, has yellow got a really big hoop? Can it go in off black?
I think, judging by the angle here on the screen...
No, black's come well out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see much more clearly from there. So you have to clear the blue ball. So Aston's been pretty lucky with that bouncing out between between red and the hoop.
Oh, yeah.
And still in easy hoop running position.
Well, so in the hoop 2 clearance, getting into the hoop 3, taking a shot, ending up in the hoop, and here at hoop 5, again shooting and ending it up in front of the hoop. So
ooh, rare miss. So 2 choices: stun red away, that's a safe option.
Yeah.
Or snuggle up to red.
I'm stunning here.
Just because the snuggle is that more difficult, and it looks really bad when it goes wrong. I mean, the snuggle wins the hoop, doesn't it, if you play it right?
Oh, totally.
Whereas this says, have another go.
Yeah, I'm in a position here where I'm just wanting to play easy shots, and I don't want to potentially get myself into a situation where I've got a ball near their ball and I'm hampered, and I'm 3-1 up. I'm just wanting to keep things pretty simple.
Fair enough. Couple of misses. Now this is one you really want to be running to hoop running position at 6. This is not difficult at all. Looks good. No, it's too hard.
It's a little bit hard. He's gone past, so he's given Forsey.
I'm really disappointed with that. That has to be in hoop running position.
I mean, it's very close. Like the margins there. You're right, Chris. You'd much, how far away he was taking that hoop shot.
You'd rather be at the peg.
Yeah.
You can't run it past the hoop from there. Perhaps I'm being harsh, but yeah, I'm really unhappy with that shot. Even 4-1 up, and he hasn't got the wire. He hasn't taken advantage.
No.
Black's got an easy clearance there. So good hoop position with blue will put Aston in a great position to be 5-1 up. This looks good.
And I'm really interested earlier, Chris, you mentioned there wasn't much sort of separating the players in terms of how well they're playing, but the score reflects something much differently. There's other factors involved here. Why is it, do you think, that Aston's consistently not having to play very difficult shots?
Well, we've agreed the strategy is he's going to play an inside game with lots of positional play until Forsey starts to beat him. And that is a clear strategy for the match.
Yeah.
And it's just the same as when Duncan was playing in Cairo, when he became the first Kiwi under-21 world champion. The strategy was position, position, position.
Right.
And we were going to change if and when the opponent started playing brilliantly against him.
Okay.
And my experience of most golf croquet matches is your opponent doesn't play brilliantly against you, certainly for 5 games.
Right.
And you can put a lot of pressure on them by just keeping balls in. So Forsey's got a good chance. Didn't see how he got this. Did Black miss something, or?
So Black cleared red, I believe.
So good hoop. Again, Blue was sitting there waiting, had the hoop been failed. So 4-2. Disappointed to lose that, having had that easy hoop 5.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what happened there. We're having a bit of a chat. But it
Lovely
looked
shot.
like Aston hit red. I'm not sure if red ended up in a place where...
Might have been blocking.
Yeah, it was black was blocked from yellow.
But yeah, the strategy is we're going to keep tight position. We're going to give the odd 3-4 yard hoop away, let him have a go.
Yeah.
And if he starts running them all, then we'll do something different.
It seems to be paying off so far, and we just should expect him to continue that. It's the winning strategy.
Yeah. So that's what we call a free clearance. So he could have taken position, but he's so far away, you might as well just have a shot at it and finish on the boundary if you miss.
Sweet. So I'm going to leave you guys. Thank you very much, Chris. So Sonia's going to take over for a wee bit.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you very much.
See you later. Welcome back, Sonia.
Thanks, Chris. It's the takeover. All right, I'm very happy to hear that the cyclone's been downgraded from tropical 1.
Yes.
So the weather's cleared a bit too, hasn't it?
It has here, yeah.
Yes, but we're on hoop 7 right now, are we?
Yeah, a really good position shot with Blue. And that Black looks like it's probably runnable as well. So I think both balls are good. Yellow forced to clear Blue. And it's another strong position for Aston, just building up that position tight to the hoop, forcing these consecutive clearances or a long hoop.
It looks like Ashton has more of a handle on this game, being up 4-2. I think at this hoop in the first game it was 3-all.
Yeah, so Forsey's missed 3 or 4 clearances now, whereas the first game was just mega from my perspective. Yeah, coming out and playing to that level, both players in a world championship. I just think credit to them both. They were both fabulous, and Aston just had a better run of the balls in the first game, but they both played brilliantly. And this is a fantastic opportunity to not just get 5-2 up, but get down to hoop 8. Yeah, that's good. Short boundary side again, and it's only run past the hoop by 2 or 3 yards, so it's a good clearing ball. If Black takes good position here, Blue will be able to clear that red, and 6-2 isn't that far away. So Black needs to take position, trying to avoid blocking Blue at red.
Yes, this is definitely a lot stronger position for Aston. I'm sure he's not relaxing for 1 minute though.
Yeah, good straight position, ensuring he's not blocking. Again, he's been so much better positionally today with the slower lawns. Great shot here. Ah, that's fabulous. First of all, quite close to blocking Blue at red, but secondly, even if Blue clears red, he's blocked Black at the hoop, so just a fabulous positional shot.
Sure has.
And yeah,
See, he's chosen not to play in wet weather gear.
Well, the question is, has he got it?
Right.
You don't need wet weather gear if you play in Egypt.
No, but Ashton also no wet weather gear.
Yes.
I wondered if that jacket is a bit waterproof that he's wearing. It certainly would be windproof and dry quickly.
I always
just
like...
Ashton is probably not enough rain for him, do you think? to
Well, it's
actually
on
get
and
out the
off,
wet
isn't
weather
it?
gear.
If
And
you know-
it can affect your play a lot if you
Yeah,
start
you-
having to whip clothes on and off too.
Yeah, you
doesn't
don't
it?
want to be changing all the time. You just want that standard position, and we've had probably 20 minutes without any rain now.
That's fantastic. You know, the mountains definitely cleared. How's it going over on the Te Kere King and Joel Steele game? Are they? There's
So
been
game all,
one each.
and
Yes.
it's 5. Is that 5-3 to Takiri?
Yes, by the looks of it, it's
And
gone
I think
up.
they're playing best of 3, aren't they?
That's correct. Yeah. So this is the
Ooh, he's missed
decider.
it.
This game. Mm.
So I think we'll see red clear black up towards corner 2. No, he's going to take the hoop on based on the fact that yellow's blocking.
He doesn't want to give him that opportunity of shooting down on yellow. He wants to get those hoops under his belt.
It's not easy, this, and it's not a difficult jump for black either. Good shot.
Beautiful hoop.
So a bit of a confidence builder, having missed a few. So 5-3, and this positional shot at 9, always crucial.
No, that never looked like missing.
And
Yeah.
just a super slow motion replay, you can just watch the stability in the body. It's not like a statue, it's not stone-like.
No.
It's still flexible and fluid, but it's lovely stability.
It is,
A little bit short, that black.
I've noticed Ashton sort of flexes a bit his upper body sometimes if he's wanting a little bit of extra power.
Yeah.
Bit of flex in there. Are you working on the flex?
So I'm trying to encourage him to hit it hard less often.
Okay.
Yeah. He can, as we've seen, clear from 14 yards away with enough power to clear it off the other boundary. So that is generally enough power. And it's, if you're going to have to force it to do more than that, you're probably better playing your natural shot, accepting that the pace might not be as much as, you know, players like Blake, who's got lots and lots of power. But if you can keep hitting things 3/4 ball, full ball, that's good enough. This looks like another good positional shot. Very good from the penalty spot, that.
And would have he been used to fairly similar pace type lawns?
So in the UK, they
Okay.
tend not to be quick. This will be a
Right.
very standard pace lawn for the UK. Whereas they were, as you mentioned yesterday, starting to get those brown patches and just that little bit of quickness, particularly downwind. So red at black. No, another miss.
He will not
And-
be happy with this sudden not hitting because
This-
he was hitting very well in game one.
Yeah, this is not an easy hoop, and it is crucial. Yellow's got a straight hoop. If black misses, the angles with the Atkins quadways, they really do force you to hit it absolutely purely. Oh, he's been lucky again, I think. Has he blocked yellow at the hoop?
Looks like he has just sort of percentages on hoops. I feel like Ashton has been hitting the wire a little bit more. But it's just that those errors for Falsey seem to be creeping into his game with the longer shots. Do we going to see a jump? We are.
Let's
maybe.
see how he lines it up.
Or is he clearing blue?
Oh no, he's definitely taken the hoop on. The question is it on the ground or is it in the air?
I did explain to the people watching that if he moves his feet like you showed me yesterday, then it's a jump. It doesn't look like it is. It's on the ground.
Oh, wow.
He just nicked that black ball, didn't he?
Yeah, that is so unusual to hit the ball in front and still then run the hoop.
Yes.
That's
It's
quite
just
remarkable.
A glance, you know, and the speed of that ball, he really powered that through.
Wow. That
Oh,
is,
he'll be super happy because now it's 5-4. He's pulling things back. We didn't go to the 6-2. We're now at the 5-4.
yeah, Aston had a really good chance there at 8 and at 9. He's played quite a long way back there. He would have been trying to get wide from yellow, a bit close to the hoop. It's not a bad first ball. But red will be trying to get really tight in here. 2 feet back, blocking blue. Not bad, but not blocking.
Oh, look at our fun fact has just come up from YouTube comments. I was just watching, rather amused at some of the comments.
I was going.
Seriously, some people take things.
So yeah, I said yesterday I wondered whether Helmi Abdul Gayeb was related, and we've just been told that he's his granddad. So fantastic! I remember playing Helmi in the Rest of the World v Egypt match that we played at Roehampton in about 2008.
Yes.
And he beat me, I think, from memory. So lovely player, Helmi, and wonderful to see his grandson doing so well here.
Oh, he'll be super proud. Not quite sure what time of the day or night it will be in Egypt, but it's something that they can watch later.
Yeah, so yellow's played in blocking black, and I think blue is going to take the hoop on here.
Oh, it's nearly midnight in Egypt. So perhaps...
Oh, they'll definitely be watching then. That's prime time
that's
in
just
Egypt.
Middle of the day.
There we go. Black's going to be dispatched now. So just looking for the line, he's going to cut this a little bit on the left-hand side, I think, to make sure that yellow's still blocking that black ball. I'm not sure he's managed to do it. I think this might be a double.
Be interesting to see if this misses, then Fulzi will be levelling the game at 5-all.
Yeah, I think he wanted to clear black the opposite side of hoop 4, so west of hoop 4. I think this is a lovely double.
It's a long way to go, but doubles are rather tempting.
And blue's in a very good place as well for 11. Pretty sure that's onside. Nah. Again, that was his hard shot where he uses quite a lot of body movement. I just like stroking those doubles at natural pace.
Yes, keeping that movement out of the body is pretty essential. All right, so yellow at hoop 10. Should be a little easy one for him, really. He may still want to power this through to the line, though.
Doesn't want a right-hand wire wick finishing close to...
Oh,
wow.
I did have a feeling, but I didn't want to say it out loud. It's just that sort of kind of hope that suddenly the wheels fall off.
Well,
he has got red ready and waiting, but it's quite a far back, and blue is choosing not to clear red. He's just going to bring it in.
Yeah, it's a good decision from Aston.
Oh,
not a very good shot.
No, it's come up short. Still makeable, but left very much an open gate for Fulzi to have another go at this hoop 10.
Yellow's offside, so it's not a great position, this. So 2 very poor shots, missing the hoop from under 2 feet and then outside of the wire from 4 yards.
Maybe also the fact he was conscious that his yellow ball is offside and black is sitting behind the hoop can sometimes be off-putting, and just sort of plant that little seed in your mind.
Yeah, well, his standard of play this game has been much lower than the first game. Is Aston going to play through blue with about 2 or 3 feet of pace? No, he's just going to take position, and he's done it well. It's open on red, but this is going to be a set of multiple clearances now that Forzy's going to have to hit to get back into this game. Again, deliberately choosing to hit that on the right-hand side to take the short boundary position for his ball. Keep taking position. Can't afford to block or stymie black here. So you can't afford to risk nudging up, blocking black.
Do you think you'd want to be putting that blue past black then?
I think I'm going to play it on the right-hand side of the hoop.
Oh, yes, good thinking. Whilst that will be a shorter shot for the opponent.
Yeah, but guarantees that you're in hoop running position, not blocking partner.
Yes.
And you know that red has to shoot at black. So red's probably going to go a long way away.
Foulsey really needs to start hitting these. He's gone very mid-paced
Lovely
on
shot.
that, just to move things along. He didn't, especially because he has been missing a bit, Chris. He probably didn't want to be in a situation where his ball was.
Well, those in-lawn clearances are mid-pace clearances. You should be taking them mid-pace.
We've got a different situation here. Maybe Helmi is actually Foulsey's father, not grandfather.
Ah, we've been given duff information.
There's a few. Yeah, well, this has come from Tasneem Mohammed.
So Sharif told us Helmi was his granddad. I thought he was too young for that.
It's a confirmation it's dad.
It's his dad. Excellent.
Oh, another miss. So he's hit that a bit harder, so it's his hard hitting shots, because that mid-pace one he did connect with when you're talking about, you know, making a lot of effort to hit hard. Sometimes the accuracy is compromised.
Yeah, maybe. Quite a lot of these players actually are better at hitting it hard
Well,
than
Ashton
mid-pace.
has hoop 10.
Yep.
So there we go. 6-4, is that correct?
6-4 to Aston, yeah.
Right, so this is game point for Ashton. Aston. Yeah. Okay. I did mention when we started this commentary would have been good for us to have had a practice on some of the names.
So yeah, we've got two players here.
Apologise.
That's okay.
Not pronounce that correctly.
We do have an Ashton here who's done very well this tournament, but this is Aston.
Aston. Okay.
So Foulsey again, having lost 10 with several poor shots, has not really got that red where he wanted it, and he's allowed Aston to play both his balls into 11 and generate a neutral hoop that's going to go on for some time. He's going to try once again getting in the jaws, but even then the jump shot's very playable. Black can't clear yellow, and it's gone too far. This is open, isn't it?
It's open, and even a potential clip off red to go through the hoop, so this is looking pretty good for
another
for
7-4, and neither games really felt that 7-4 like. Yeah, easy through.
Oh, he's
2-0.
2 up. Yes, 2-0. So the players, did they have much break after that first game? Because I went away from the commentary.
Just 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's interesting that Foulsey's taking his bag down. He's clearly fancying a break.
Yes, it's 10:30. They might want a bit more of a stop. So, not sure. Takiri and Joel Steele's game has been completed, and so we'll have a look at what the results are from that.
Yeah, well, Takiri had the 5-3 lead, so I'm assuming he's managed to convert that into a win.
And they're both players that have originated out of the same croquet club, Parks.
Yeah,
Hawera.
Congratulations to Park and
Yes.
that part of the country.
Yes, they seem to have a secret ingredient that's attracting in young players, which is absolutely fantastic. And just such a great event for Te Kere, hasn't it been? You know, you
wonderful.
said they're both dark horses,
Absolutely.
but especially Te Kere's very dark horse.
So I'd seen more of Joel play. Joel played in the under-21, the New Zealand select match, and beat Jenny, I think, in straight games, possibly. So, you know, I've been aware of his top-range ability. Takiri I've seen less of, but he's played some magnificent shots. And very nice positional stuff as well. So that nice balance. Been very pleased with his game.
So he did win. That was 7-5, 2-7, 7-5. So he's third place.
Third place. Both players get bronze medals, which I think is a nice thing.
That is a nice thing. Yes.
You know, you're always disappointed not to have made the final. It's nothing worse than losing a third and fourth and finding you haven't got a medal. So bronze medals to both of them, but bragging rights to Kiri.
Yes, congratulations to Kiri. And I'm sure your whānau were going to be super proud and welcome you home with open arms. But yes, so we don't currently have anything to show you, essentially.
What we can talk about is the 2019 final, where we had a best of 5 again, and James Galpin went 2-0 up, and Edmund Fordyce came back to win 3-2. So anyone thinking that this match is over is far from it. I've seen so many of these matches swing back and forth. Think back to the Worlds final we had here between Hami Arian and Ahmed El Mahdi. I think that was Hami got 2-0 up and possibly got quite a long way up in the third or fifth as well. But Mahdi came back, became world champion. So these matches swing back and forth. I'm sure Forsey will be hoping for no more rain and a little bit of sun possibly to pop out and warm up. And he'd only dropped one game getting to the final, so he knows he's got the ability to win 3 straight. But Aston, it's gone perfectly for him. He's played well, he's had the luck go his way, he's had the weather go his way. Can he wrap it up in 3?
Yes, it is true. You really can, even within a game, can be very down in hoops in a game and suddenly just have a streak of good play and consistency and suddenly win a game. I mean, I've had people, I've been down, 6-1 and I've come back and won games. So it can happen, of course, many times in golf croquet. Are they able to go and talk to their mentors or coaches at this stage? Or
No.
Not allowed?
So you can talk to your coach before a match, after a match, but not between games. So yeah, I'm certainly sat up here and I won't be interacting with Ashton. Hey, go, I've done that.
There we go. I'm a witness.
Aston.
Oh, Aston.
There
Oh
we
dear,
go.
it's catching. See,
catching.
I'm feeling really a lot better now. Yes. Well, and so you're not playing much. You're just really more a mentor coach these days. Yes. That's your focus.
Very much so. And yeah, I've enjoyed working with the New Zealand youngsters for really since I arrived in 2005 and set up the youth squad. And it's been a delight to work with such a wide range of massively talented players. You think about Duncan Dixon to start with, and obviously Josh winning the Worlds at his home club, which he did mention yesterday was a huge advantage playing at United. You found how difficult they were at the women's, adjusting to that pace of lawn.
Well, for me, the problem was that the weather at our club, had just been raining constantly, so very green, quite slow lawns. Hello, Jessica. I did see you before. It's our beautiful Jessica Bullen, being cheeky. And so the United lawns, whilst I'm really used to AC being quite fast-paced lawns and was expecting that, it did take a little bit of adjustment, that's for sure.
Yeah. We were very pleased to get them recovered because they were flooded on the first morning. To get them back up to speed that quickly we were very pleased to manage that.
Well, that was pretty much the main rain event, was that day one and morning only. We did have a few sprinkles later in the week, but nothing that was going to deter play at all. We didn't actually start till about 12:30, some of us.
Yeah.
Must have been a bit trying as a manager to have that.
Yeah, well, testing start.
Yes.
But going back to the Kiwi youngsters, I mean, those two, the first 2 world champions, Felix Webby put in just an exceptional performance when he won. It was one of the best, I'm going to say, 10 days of croquet from an individual that I've seen. Matthew Essick was fantastic this year, winning that. But Felix played 5 days in the under-21s and was brilliant, and then went on to play in the main event and was brilliant again. And I think he lost 3-2 to Ahmed Naz in a great match in the semi-final. So wonderful performance there. And then last time, 2019, James Galpin didn't lose a game in the blocks. 2-0 up in the final, and Edmund came back. There's a big turning point at 5-all in the third from memory. And yeah, won those last 3 games. So wonderful sport for never knowing who's going to win. You've got to get over the winning line. And at AC, we often do it with a sequence of quite easy shots. And at GC, normally you've got to play some quite difficult shots to win. You've got to run some 3-yard hoops. You've got to clear some 7-yarders. And it's not just a matter of playing a sequence of average shots. GC is more difficult to get over the winning line if your nerves get the better of you. And we've already seen Aston's great major championship record. He also is the holder of our Ricky Savage, which is for our top invitation event. So European champion, invitation event champion, last year's British Open champion. He knows how to get the job done.
Yes, I read out his bio a bit this morning when the game was started, and he's already got quite a weight of wins behind him, and the European champion as well for GC, because he plays both AC and GC, which is an advantage, I feel.
Very much
to
so.
have that. And there are young players that are playing both now, but the Egyptians do not play the AC. But I just wanted to say that that when you were talking about that Edmund Fordyce and is it James
Galpin, a really good player.
That was streamed live too, wasn't it? And I think I have watched it because that was that real turning point, wasn't there? Suddenly, like, Edmund just woke up.
Yeah.
And he was live. And so it was really great. And so people can go back and watch those if they would like to.
Yeah, they're on YouTube. Search for Fordyce v Galpin or Under 21 World Championship. They'll come up. And I think the WCF also has a web page with some key videos from not just their events, but past international events as well. So they're all gathered together on a WCF web page.
Great, and it's great, if you want to binge a bit of croquet in your life, and it's also very good training, I find, listening to what commenters have to say about what's going on, but also just what the players are doing and the strategies they're employing.
Yeah, watch as many players as you can. Take the good things that they do, incorporate them in your own game, look at the faults they have and try and avoid them yourself. So I've always done that with all players. Watch everyone.
I certainly did that during the Worlds. I was watching players and seeing what they were doing and how they were coping, and or how even I was coping. There's a lot to keep yourself occupied with, and what the lawns look like, and be as prepared as possible.
Yeah.
And so you're not surprised.
That's right.
A lot of these young players, of course, this is a big learning curve for them, so they're gaining some wonderful experience, and the next one is going to be held in Florida. Is that correct? It's every 2 years, is it?
We believe the next one's in Florida. I think that's the plan.
That is the plan. Americans haven't had it on their soil for a while.
No, I think they're due to hold a couple of World Championships over there, so always a fun place to visit. You can tie it in with a few days holiday if you've got enough leave. I think I mentioned on the opening ceremony I had great fun with Joe Hogan. We went to Disneyland, Jenny, Joe and myself, and
wonderful.
Went on some rides and just had a nice relaxed day away from the croquet. When you're playing 15 days at Robertson Shield, it's great to have a day out and just free your head from croquet.
Yes, it's actually sort of really that last event that does go on for quite an extended period of time, because most things are only running sort of 7 days now, aren't they? At 18 days of play in Melbourne, I think they had 1 day off, didn't they? And
15 days and 2.
If you didn't finish, so you had to have a fill-in day.
Yeah. So just a couple of breaks, but it's 15 days out of 17, and people don't realise you turn up a few days beforehand to acclimatise. You don't just go halfway around the world and play the next day. So even the Kiwis travelling, just over the ditch, we turned up a few days early. We had a really fun practice match against the Victorian team that they'd put together.
Oh, I think I saw the photo on
Yeah,
Facebook.
it's really nice.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, old-fashioned best-of-9 test match format.
Great.
And the weather wasn't great, but it was a really pleasant day. It just gets your head into competitive play again. Particularly with COVID in New Zealand, people in the UK have played a lot more. And the New Zealand players and the Australian players have been limited. Lots of tournaments have been cancelled.
They sure have.
And we've been lacking tournament play. And this is the first time I've seen some of these Kiwi players play for 2 years. That's how little play we've had.
Yes.
And I had a full year where I didn't turn up to a croquet club.
I do wonder how much that will affect, and I think we did talk about this a little bit yesterday, but how much COVID has affected our secondary school event, and that is not run now for several years. And there are young players at different clubs around the country that are playing, but that event hasn't sort of brought in other people, other young people, and whether we're going to see a bit of a slump in numbers.
Multiple cancellations of that, and we were at a stage where we were getting 80 players playing in the finals, and that was in a there'd been pre-qualification, so there'd been some teams who had played in a local event and hadn't got through, and it was 80 people playing in the finals.
Wow.
Now, how good is that?
That's just, it's a dream.
And, lots of credit to Greg Bryant and all the work that he does.
Oh, yes. But we didn't hold one last year because it just simply wasn't the numbers.
And
capacity. A lot of schools were just really getting their students back into coming back to school, really, and these sorts of extracurricular activities were just too much.
Correct. It is a worry, but hopefully the world will get back to normal, and Greg will get the next generation of world champions on their way.
I hope so too. It's really, as we both were players that played from a young age, and it's pretty wonderful to see. Right, so Game 3 will be starting shortly by the looks of things.
Already started.
It has already started.
Yeah,
Oh, they were
pretty
quick.
reasonable position.
It's the trouble with sitting here, we can't quite see that edge line, so they've been obviously already in play.
About 3 yards, 15 degrees, red in front of hoop 1. It's not bad.
I'm not sure if everybody can see that on their screens at home. We might still have the knockout grid on. I'll just go and check on that,
Okay.
Chris. I'll be back
Thanks,
in a moment.
Sonia. So I don't think red's good enough to justify shooting at it twice. And yeah, Aston playing in deep here. He's not quite hit that far enough, so he's allowed red a clearance back to corner 4 there. Needs to be deeper, that black ball, or a yard further. I prefer deeper. And yellow's got a better hoop position than red, so I think we will see red clearing black unless Aston chooses to clear, which I don't think he will. I think he'll play another ball in.
It's coming in nice and gently.
That's short. It's a poor shot. And I would clear here. Red's got a half ball clearance on black to corner 4. Yellow's got a much easier hoop than red. I don't like this choice of shot. Black's open on the hoop. I don't want red to try the hoop here. Clear.
If anybody's wondering about those 3 cars in the shot at the moment, that's not for first, second and third.
That's a shame.
I know. Wouldn't it be lovely? Pretty hard to take a car home, though, if you're from Egypt or England.
Well,
so that's just the club's Maunganui, let's say.
Sponsors.
Yes.
So, as I say, I don't like this as a choice of shot. I want to clear black.
Putting a lot of pressure if he doesn't get this, but he wants to win, so he wants to go out all guns blazing and watch out for that seagull.
Good shot.
Beautiful
Past the
hoop.
peg.
Very beautiful hoop, so he's going up about just after level with the peg.
And Aston should be able to play to the right of red here and have it hill round into position at hoop 2. So gone well right of it, and it's just starting to hill. It's okay. A little bit short.
Yes, so we do have Bird Friend on the lawn. That was something quite amusing at the McRob. There seemed to be quite a lot of wildlife on the lawns.
Yep, lots
Were
of
they
birds.
pigeons, were they, or what? Do you know what
Local birds. So they weren't pigeons. Some local birds with a little crest on their head.
Oh.
I'm afraid my ornithology isn't up to telling you exactly what they were. It's a nice positional shot here.
I think that's the black-billed seagull. Slightly endangered. Likes chips.
Don't we all?
It's very popular. All right, so he's clearing black.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, a double all there, because you know why that all was. We didn't want him to go through the hoop, but I think it wouldn't have been possible. I think blue and yellow were covering that hoop.
I don't think they were. Black was open. So hitting the hoop means black's now got an easy clearance of yellow. Whereas Forsey was hoping it would be wired on the north boundary.
So these balls are very close together, so he needs to really hit this pretty centre ball or just off to the right-hand side.
And potentially,
sure of.
yeah, sorry, Sonia.
That's all right.
Potentially that was an example of Aston not having the power. You know, Blake could have cleared that another 9-10 yards. And he's just gone for his sort of normal, comfortable stroke. And he looks like he's open on the hoop.
Oh, yes, well, really, though, really? I don't know. I'd be taking out the blue.
If you take out the blue, yellow's going to finish behind the hoop. And every time your ball finishes behind the hoop, you're in a weak position.
That is true.
So I think there's a reasonable explanation for trying to do this. He might know, additionally, that if he misses on the right, he's going to snick blue away.
Oh, it'd be like hoop 9, nick, and go through.
Yeah, so I think he went for the hoop knowing he'd got that miss on the right,
Yes.
but that yellow ball is in a bad position. And now Aston is favourite for this hoop.
With his red out from hoop 6, we can see the red ball at the moment and shot.
Yeah, so if blue plays into position wired from yellow, red has to clear it.
I'm really pleased, Chris, the weather's cleared off. Imagine if it had kept raining like it was.
Yep.
It's been dreadful.
The lawns do drain very well here, sand-based, but that torrential rain we had, if that would be stayed for 2 hours, they're going to start puddling, aren't they?
And predictions of, you know, heavy winds, that's what would be really troubling, is actually the capacity to be able to swing, especially if you're a casting player, which
So back-to-back
Aston is.
poor positional shots. Blue, not a great position, and I think red might have blocked yellow from clearing blue. And that's short as well. So a series of poor positional shots.
He's just bringing the yellow in. He's just not going to have a go at blue at all.
And bringing yellow in so close to black is really weird.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed lovely little stop shot there for Aston.
Yeah, very good, yeah.
That's better.
So it looks like he's got something that's drawsable. And sometimes if you get that perfectly, it can just get through.
Looks like he's clearing the yellow.
Yeah, this is a neutral line of play. Nothing wrong with that. Black and blue are both good balls close to the hoop on the short boundary side.
Talking about wind, we've just had a pickup of wind. There's a marquee outside. You can see it up on the first floor, the blue one. It's been quite loud at the moment. We're just commentating in where that door is open.
Again, he's very unhappy with that. He's left it well short, trying to play red in between black and the hoop. Left it massively short. And Aston's got a choice. He's got a runnable hoop, but he's also got the chance to hit red half ball and maybe either go in off or at least hit the hoop and stay nearby. So I think he'll play this sort of stun shot. Yeah, lovely. Into the jaws.
Oh, he has jawed it. Oh,
Thought he might play it a little bit firmer.
But with your accuracy and wanting to get it right, it's pretty good. So that's going to be pretty difficult for blue to put black through, so choosing here to clear yellow. So he might want to be putting a bit more effort into this shot, don't you think?
And get blue towards hoop 3.
Yes.
Yellow's just a... The fact he's put yellow there and allowed Aston the chance to get blue to hoop 3 indicates he really fancies clearing this black with red. Now, from our point of view, it looks really difficult, doesn't it, this clearance?
Okay. I'm just going to step outside for a minute. The camera lady's looking rather pensive. Fair enough. It's very windy out there.
Ah, super shot. So it was in the front of the hoop rather than in the jaws. So that's why Forsey put the yellow there, forcing blue to clear. And that's why Aston chose to clear it more in the middle than trying to get blue over to hoop 3. So that explains it. You can't always see exactly where the balls are from up here, but perfectly good line of play. And the reason the ball barriers aren't working very well at the moment is we've got this cabling, this electronic cable going to certain points around the lawn for cameras, and the ball just bounces off the cable over the black ball barriers, but normally the black barriers work very well. Ooh, this wind's really picking up now. We are expecting 90 kilometres an hour over the next few days as this cyclone comes through. Again, not the greatest positional shot. Aston had red and yellow both miles away from the hoop, and he just needs to keep putting balls straight in front of the hoop.
All right, we've got some really heavy wind and weather coming through again now. So as you can see, they're putting up their hats, and we're just checking on some of the camera people too, so we want to keep our people safe and not have marquees fly away. So Forsey's bringing in his yellow, is he? It's quite hard sometimes to see. It's getting darker out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good shot. Short boundary side.
And
black.
Not too close to black.
Well, it is too close to black, to be perfectly honest.
Yes.
I don't know whether black can run. The idea is to put blue into dead straight position and then clear with black. You can see this is torrential now.
Oh, no,
this is hammering down.
I'm not liking this.
And this is legitimate now for the players to stop. Certainly take a break for a few minutes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with stopping here. Yeah, it's getting to the stage where I can't see hoop 2 through the glass. So take some time, and we're hoping this isn't going to continue. It would be very sad if we ended up with a few hours of this and the event not finishing. But we've tried to play a best of 5 final. Forecast was that we're going to get rain on and off during today, but the main rain was going to come on Monday, and the main wind was going to come on Monday. So hopefully this is just a 15-20 minute squall. It's already started dying off. So yeah, the rain's eased back, and I think we might be back playing in a couple of minutes.
Right, so we've moved some of our camera people back, but as you can see in that black tent out there, it is not good, and it's getting increasingly unsafe. And we might need to take down some of these marquees before they completely break and end up down in the bowling lawns.
So just a reminder, we're in the third game of the World Final. Aston leading 2-0, and Forsey's got a 1-0 lead in the third. This cyclone has been anticipated for a few days. It's meant to peak in 24 hours' time. And so we're not really expecting this to go on indefinitely today. And yeah, certainly hoping to restart in a few minutes.
The sky isn't overly dark, is it, Chris? So hopefully this is just another squall coming in, and it's already seeming to lessen slightly. Fingers crossed.
The weather looks like it's coming from our right, and there's definitely lighter sky over there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a bit of a northeast.
Perhaps interestingly to note, the bowling greens to our right, they've got some Coachella bowling greens here. They've already started flooding. Now, I think the croquet lawns will last a lot longer than the bowling greens.
They're holding up very well, and being sand-based, things drain here pretty quickly, don't they?
Yeah. So players walking out again.
I've just been delivered a lovely coffee. Life's not so bad after all.
Rain dropping off. The wind's still very strong. But this is definitely playable again now, isn't it?
So what's some of your worst weather experiences as a player?
Well, I played the semi-final of the 2008 GC Worlds in about 100 km/h winds against Ahmed Naz. That was quite tricky on a fast lawn. There was a wind gradient of many, many yards.
Right, you're meaning that your ball will start moving around. Well,
Yeah,
they've chosen to go back out and play. Good on them.
And yeah, Point Judith, up in Rhode Island, it's about 0 degrees. I couldn't feel my hands. That was tough as well.
Oh, when it's cold and it's raining and
That'd
windy.
be 1992 World Championship.
It's still just a young guy. They are back playing.
Yeah, so who can adapt best now? Forsey's got a really quite tough hoop 2 here, but he'll be going for it, for a 2-0 lead.
Like you're saying, he just needs to be a bit more aggressive and take on some of these hoops.
Well, he's 2 balls down at the moment, at this hoop, so he has to take this on, fundamentally on being 2 balls down. When you get worse weather, you want to try and avoid playing difficult shots, so you want to err on the positional side.
Well, he's gotten that hoop. Well done. So up 2-0 in this third game. So first ball over to hoop 3 will be Ashton. I'm afraid to say his name now. And I can't see what's going on. We're just getting a little bit compromised with some of our cameras. The one upstairs had to move right back, so we're pretty much reliant on our cameras on the ground at this stage. So you may be seeing some different views from what has been going on.
So not a bad positional shot with blue, but I think it's a better one from red. So we're hoping black plays in to really good position, allowing blue to clear the red ball. That's well short.
It looks very short, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you know?
So now blue's going to be forced almost to take the hoop on. The sorts of shots I've been saying you don't want to be forced into. You'd much rather black was in straight running position and play an easy clearance on the red ball.
Sometimes you get this sort of weather and rain, you could remember to just hit a little bit harder than you've been playing all week. So that's a good thing, is every shot's important in this game.
Good
every
clearance.
shot. And that you've just got to sometimes just hit a little harder when it's wet like this. Yes, that's good to see him hitting a long shot. He'll be pleased about that and feeling better when he's two games down.
And from the wind gradient perspective, playing from 2 to 3 is directly into the wind. So you definitely want to be hitting that a little bit harder than you naturally think.
Yes.
Good shot, hit that on the correct side. It's particularly when you're trying to hit balls half ball, that the wind really starts to get in your mind. You know, it's all well and good hitting 7-yarders, but these guys are trying to hit them on a certain side, and in this type of wind, it's really difficult to maintain that accuracy.
Yes, and get that sort of positional play you want, and so you can sort of work into getting balls around hoops and be ready to take a hoop shot rather than risking everything. And
Yeah.
I mean, blues, I can see blue there's on
So it's
back line, is
yeah,
it?
it's a very bad red. It's allowed black to play into hoop position, potentially getting blocked between black and yellow.
Yes, we just very quickly saw where blue was then.
And he's left that balls. Well, I mean,
Yes,
well,
they're
it's
doing a lot of just coming up short. You know,
yards
it's not
short.
easy out there, is it, Chris?
yeah,
You know, and even though Ashton is very experienced at probably playing in all sorts of weather, being adaptive to these sorts of conditions when the wind dies down and then it's suddenly comes in crazy like it has, but it's cleared off again quite nicely. Rain's dying away, but we still have quite a bit of wind at this stage.
Yeah, definitely lighter,
So it's cleared red.
but on the wrong side. So it's
Yes.
only got an 8-yard clearance back. But there's pressure on it because blue's gone down towards hoop 5, so quite close to hoop 4. And there's definitely pressure on this 7-8-yarder.
Yes, that blue's right in front of hoop 5. This is a good line-up to see Falsey's style of play.
Good shot. On the correct
Lovely.
side again. Very, very good. So now big advantage to Forsey. Blue a long way away, black a long way away, yellow in good position. And there's an argument here for playing black off the boundary to a position where red can't clear it.
That's right, you do want to get it well past red.
The
And not
alternative,
infield just to be shot down.
yeah, the alternative is playing it a long way east. So sort of 3 yards further east than that. So red can't clear it a long way.
No, yellow's choosing not to clear.
No, yellow will always take position.
Yeah, take position and leave that for red, because blue is still down here at the hoop 5 spot, which might be a bit difficult for us to get a camera on.
And those little shots, just moving it 2 yards, are so important. He hasn't managed to get a straight hoop for yellow. Keep going. Left it short. Can't do that. So black should have been 3 yards further east, allowing a much more difficult clearance for red. Oh, in the hoop? Not quite.
Oh, no, it's missed the hoop.
So another 7 or 8 yarder back again. Maybe a bit longer than that. No, it's only 7 or 8.
And if Forsey takes this game, do you think they'll break for lunch after this?
Either player would be allowed to request a lunch break, I think, certainly at that time.
Negotiate one with the manager who may be wanting them to continue playing,
Yeah, it is a tricky one.
just with the way the weather is.
But certainly either player could certainly ask for a lunch break. Missed
Right,
that.
oh dear, he's had a miss. He has been very consistent and hitting a lot of shots, but it's always tricky on that boundary too. You've got the footpath there, he's got people behind him want to walk up and down it, and moving pipes. Here we go, yellow for hoop 3. And successfully
good
made
shot.
that, now 3-0 up.
Lovely pace.
This is the first time we've seen this in these games, because it's been fairly even, and to be 3 up in the third game's a good feeling for Forsey. Ashton with his blue coming in a little bit high, but yellow's down. It's come down quite a way down the lawn, so that's a pretty good place to be actually, because if yellow did try to clear blue, then they're only going to put them back on the line.
Yeah, nice positional shot with red as well. This is all good.
Yes, this is very good. They've got some long shots because Ashton's black ball, which is coming down now, has got quite a way to travel. But you can really see that rain is taking effect on the players and the balls, slowing up a lot quicker, aren't they?
Yeah, completely dry now. Slightly less windy, but still very windy. Wants to hit this on the right-hand side and cut it as far as as far north as he could, and he's just flicked it, which is no good at all. Interesting choice now: clear red or take your hoop on. I want to clear red.
Yes,
I want
and
to try.
it's not easy shooting in wind.
Yeah, I just want to try and start controlling the game a bit more.
Yes.
Lovely shot.
I'm very much like that myself. I like to try and control what's going on in the lawn and be dominant about what's going on around hoops.
A red will just play in. I think black will clear red.
I think they're quite similar players in a sense that they do tactically think about things quite a bit and about what they want around hoops and what's going on. Certainly when I was watching Falsey yesterday, when he was playing, you could see he quite clearly was considering and weighing up his options. So they're both very much a thinking player kind of personalities.
Yep.
So this is great for them both to be playing this final against each other.
Oh dear.
That was not the ball he wanted to move on. Why? Because it was his partner ball. So yellow and red will now be in front of hoop 4. And has he got the block?
I don't think so. So black will clear red, trying to maintain position without blocking blue at yellow. But these blue at yellows, these 9-10 yard clearances. Oh, he's played the wrong ball here.
Blue to play, yellow played.
No,
so
I've got the
that's
wrong
right.
ball.
There hasn't been much out of sequence play in this event. I think there was a little bit yesterday. Paul Kays and Joel Steele, I think, had a little bit of a out of sequence moment at the end. They didn't realise until it was too late.
Those clearances that Aston's just played there, that 9-10 yarder, they're so difficult in this level of wind. And he's played a really good one.
That's a beautiful block he's got now. It is quite close though, and sometimes if you can get it right, you can put red onto yellow with this shot.
He'll expect to get the double clearance from here.
And
Good
he's
shot.
successfully, full ball, done a great job of that. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that noise of that marquee out there. It's got a big weight on one of the sides of the marquee and it's lifting it physically off the ground slightly, so I'm not liking that very much.
And this is the sort of position the top players try and get. They try and force you to clear a ball to a short boundary side.
Yes.
Yellow in front of the hoop, and red will now smash the black away. There's an argument yellow isn't quite as straight as Forsey would like it. So it's not a guaranteed hoop for yellow, but here again, this is a clearance he's looking for. Short clearance on black with power.
Yes, and Falsey has made some great hoops from that angle and got the blue at the same time. This is a bit of a snooker hoop we're having here, but a snooker for everybody. Playing some pool. So that's taken a lot of pressure off Falsey right now. He's suddenly the one with 2 balls in front, and with that ball went right over to the Rārangi, the line out from number 1, didn't it? Let's have a look.
Yeah,
I'll stand up.
Loads of power, no problem at all power-wise. And I'm just going to play a ball in here. Yellow's not got a guaranteed hoop. I don't need to shoot at this.
We'll see if he's channeling Chris Clark right now and is going to do what you would have suggested.
No, he's shooting. This is shooting technique. It's just a better ball for 5 as well. Put a little bit more pressure on hoop 4, and if he runs it, it's better ball for hoop 5.
Yes.
If you're going to go 4-0 down, then you want to win the middle hoops and get back to 4-2.
That's right. You're paying it forward a bit. You're putting some pressure on your opponent and also thinking about your next hoop. So let's see how he gets on with this, because if he gets it...
No.
Ooh.
Now, can you see from your camera? That looks like a nice, juicy target for blue, doesn't it?
A very juicy target for blue and potentially an in-off opportunity for Ashton. No. Oh, dear. call him Mr. Wade, shall I?
Aston, no H.
Aston.
Very
Right,
good.
Aston.
Very good.
Mr. Wade.
I was very
Mr.
bad.
Wade's sounding really good.
I was
to me
very
right
good
now.
very bad with my pecky yesterday, wasn't I? So
Yeah, pecky. I thought you did very well.
Oh, okay.
Lovely, soft, pecky. It's not a forced language.
Very good.
There it is. It's in the
Still
hoop.
a jump shot available.
And we love to see a jump shot, and especially because Mr. Helmy has been showing that he can jump.
Yeah, he's had a few good ones. Had a couple earlier on where he missed the hoop, as did Aston, I think. So we had a couple of good ones and a few bad ones.
This is not a bad length, and currently the wind, Tawhiri Matea, the atua of wind, is not here with us as much right now.
No, that was the left-hand wire as we look at it, right-hand wire as he looks at it.
Yes.
Quite a nice height, I think.
It was good. It was good height. It
Just
would've-
below
it would
the
have sailed
crown.
through, yes, but not when you hit the wire on that angle. So, do you think he's going to go halfway? Because this is going to be a tricky one. He's still going to back himself and put a ball in front of hoop 4 because Foolsy's yellow. Oh, is only going to come in softly? He's just going. He's conceded. This hoop's
I'm not running this.
He's made it. So that's
Yeah.
his first hope for this game.
3-0 down, I wouldn't have run that.
Why? Why not, Chris?
I think I would have been prepared to allow black to clear red. It is risky, I know that. It is risky.
Because red was down on that line, though. He could have punched at blue.
It's just if you can get him to miss that, then you can clear yellow getting to 5. It's marginal.
Something to chat about later. You should be writing it all down, or do you just store it in that magnificent mind of yours?
I try and keep it in my mind.
The filing
And
cabinet's
the-
still operating.
the
not
great
too
thing
bad,
about these-
after 5 minutes past 10. I love to tease, so I'm sorry.
These
Kiwi
matches
thing.
are great because you can actually look back at them on video. And,
Yes.
not just with the player themselves, but, with a group of top players, and you can take a position and analyse it. What would you have done here? What are the pros and cons? It was a grey area, that. It was a fairly short clearance, red on black. And certainly any other score than 3-0 down, I would have definitely run the hoop. But he has missed a few shots, particularly in that second game. You remember he had a sort of bad finish to that second game.
Yes, he did.
And he's missed another one
Yeah,
there.
it's just, the wind is a factor, isn't it? It's not easy with
And-
such windy conditions, even though he puts his mallet down and he's got a very short bat swing. This is very challenging conditions. Oh my goodness, we have toasty pies. Thank you. And a coffee. Do I share it with Chris? One each? You're a toasty pie man. We've got ham and cheese here by the look of it.
Okay,
All right, let's
Yeah,
do that
all
then.
good.
Okay. You can have the napkin.
thank you. So Aston just a little bit angled here at 5, so he's just playing a nice defensive stun shot, keeping position. It will give another rotation of the balls, so red will get the opportunity to clear black. But 3-1 down, he wants to run 5 well down to 6, and it's no good running it by a couple of feet, really.
No. You don't want to be stuck behind that peg. A lot of opportunities to wire. That looks pretty good ball. Foolsy may be able to take out both the black and the blue, though, with them quite close together like that. But if he misses, then potentially black will clear yellow, and blue hopefully might have a hoop. And he really won't be happy with this wind and that shooting.
So he does have the choice of taking out yellow, but blue can get to 6, and this is a straight hoop.
Right.
So I want him just to run this down past the peg.
At least he's listening to you this time. He's channeling you this time. No, he's having another think about it. He's not happy about that yellow. It's playing it on his mind, clearly. Do I clear it? And with the way that Fawzy's missing quite a lot at the moment, he's going to go with that percentage.
It's too defensive, this.
These sorts of conditions, though, brings out a bit of defensive play every now and then. And he may have had quite a good line to block yellow from blue. Do you think that's potentially what he was working around in his head?
I don't. I think he's just worried about running that hoop. And he's prepared to allow Fawzy the extra shot. And even if Fawzy hits this, he will still have control at hoop 5 with Aston. It was just, I love being straight in front of a hoop when I'm trying to run it with control. You can just stroke it through.
Well, we'll soon see if he'll regret his decision or not. As you can see, the flag's flapping there in the wind. So there is quite a lot of wind here at the club. He's just coming in very gently.
So can he control this?
Yes, Stefan Horo is one of our camera people. He's in the blue yard master marquee there, all rugged up. So, just up past the peg, Chris. Certainly, perhaps would have liked a little bit more distance off that ball.
Yeah, I'm sort of happy with blue. It's got good control over the hoop 6 area. It can clear red to the north boundary, potentially wired from black. The key is getting a really good black, and that is a good black.
Well,
you know,
perhaps if red hadn't come over so far, black wouldn't have been in the position. This has probably been helpful for Mr. Wade.
So good central clearance. It's got multiple wiring options, either behind hoop 6 or try and get yellow in the way if you can squeeze it past the hoop. Yeah, that's got yellow in the way.
He
So
really wanted to move that red. You could see that in his body, the way he
put that
moved.
bit extra in, didn't he?
He did.
And I don't think he needed to, because red moved, would have been, what, 10, 12 yards off the lawn if the boundary wasn't there. So he didn't need to hit it that hard. And Fawzy will just play a ball in here, I think. I don't think he's got anything to shoot at. So he may play with a little bit of extra pace into yellow, trying to nudge yellow towards black. I think that's what he did. It's that sort of pace of shot.
Yes.
And these are the ones you just have to run. You can't afford the time to clear yellow.
No, not with red sitting there. This is your chance to, well, actually level the game. Yes, as you can see from those bigger flags, the wind is starting to pick up again. That's how windy it is out there.
Still quite light in the distance, so there's no rain, obviously, in the near
No, it's all cleared off
15
again,
minutes, is there?
thankfully. But I'd rather play in the rain than the wind.
It's a big shot. Not easy. Good shot. So levels it from 3-0 down, 3-all, and hoop 7, always a big hoop. Needs a good positional shot here. Fawzy tried to put some pressure onto Aston.
It's looking short.
Lovely,
No, it's just coming
perfect.
in. Oh, that's thankful.
So yeah,
Puts the
very good
pressure
shot.
on. You're going to have to probably shoot at that, do you think?
No, I think blue will take position here. It's not missing to the north boundary, so he'll play in and then he'll clear with black. And that's a good shot. Nicely in front.
We would have had a lot more spectators here today if it was a lovely sunny day, and that is a little bit of a shame. Just limited capacity for people to view. We've got a few people up on the deck out from us.
This has reduced the pressure.
Oh.
Oh, that's interesting. He tried to clear yellow.
Well, that's the next ball to play. What else would have you thought he could have done?
Sorry, I've got my balls wrong way around again. Of course he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was thinking yellow had played in blocking red, but no. It's just slightly hampered the backswing. Shouldn't be a problem. This is in front.
Was that one of his casting shots? Oh,
Yeah.
look at that. You've
That's
got to be
huge.
pretty happy with that, don't you?
Yeah, that's 2 shots. Blue will take the double, and then if it misses, black will have a go as well.
It's a pretty wide double, really. Hello to Alison Morm. I see you're commenting in the chat section. Nice to see you watching the croquet. No. So the black ball's on the sideline, just up from the centre peg. Foolsy's choosing just to bring that down. He couldn't have put in a block in that instance because of his position behind hoop 7, and so we're going to see black fire at yellow.
Might take the hoop on instead.
Went through between them, yes. Right, after Aston pulling things back, thank you, I thought I'd have a crack at it. Drawing things back level, Foolsy's now got the opportunity to go up 5-3 onto the 9th.
Yeah, a really good positional shot at 7. That miss from Aston, and fantastic hoop 7 right in front of 8. So Aston now needs a good positional shot back to try and win 9 and 10 and level it up at 5 all.
Yes, it was very fortuitous for Foolsy, and he cast that and made that hoop 7 so beautifully to get that position. It just puts so much pressure on the opponent immediately, those 2 big shots, and in this wind too.
And it's something I haven't seen enough of at the tournament. I haven't seen enough running the odd hoops to a runnable position at the next hoop. So full marks to Foolsy for that, really good. It's a good positional shot there from Aston.
Yes, we tend to see a lot of hoop making that screams down to the back line.
Lovely positional shot again. Dead straight in front. Hasn't got the block on blue, but certainly means that if yellow clears blue, there's going to be a lot of pressure suddenly on Aston to hit a 7-yarder or more. There's an argument for clearing red here.
Well, I was wondering if you were going to suggest going through with that clearance, but blue does, another roll, that would have been a slight disaster.
You think it's just finished short, do you?
I think he's able to still clear
He
the
certainly
red ball with
can't
blue.
run the hoop anymore, can
Foolsy
he?
rushed over to have a look. He was excited about that because that would have really put the kibosh on things, and just not playing up into other balls and getting yourself into that kind of mischief. But hey, the wind might have blown things a little bit too. I don't know if it's fierce enough wind at the moment to be moving balls around though. Right, so yes, as you can see, he has got a through shot onto red. So if he nails this, his blue's going to stay pretty much where it is. It still can make the hoop there, so he'll be very happy with that.
He's tried to keep blue in the way to block red's shot at black.
I think he is very good at that. I've noticed several times that occurring. He's clearly looking for that line to do the block.
Yeah, he's got good back ball control.
Well, that was a lovely toasty pie. Thanks, credit to Dallas Cook for
Thank you, Dallas.
that helped tide us over for a little bit.
Hope our munching noises weren't too loud on the
Oh
microphone.
my goodness, sometimes I had to remember to lean back and not munch. Anyway, just let you know the toasty pies have been demolished. Right, here comes Red. He's choosing to come in behind and go through.
Yes, I think he might have been blocked there.
Yes.
Um,
Not much you can do with this yellow ball though, is it, Chris?
he's going to cut this to corner 1 if he decides not to take his hoop on. I think I want to take the hoop on.
Well, yes, but Blue is in a very good spot to make that hoop, and he probably doesn't want to risk failing this hoop and letting Forsey play his yellow. So he's going to have to cut this quite a lot. Yes, he's done that reasonably. I'll stand up and have a look. It's just down from hoop 1 on the line. There he is. And you can see the spectators huddling away there.
I just wonder if Forsey misses this shot with yellow, is Aston going to try and jaws it? Or is he just going to think he can run it all the way down to 10? Because it is quite angled.
It is.
Well, we'll find out, because he missed that by quite a way.
Yes, it's just, I think the shooting has really been compromised by these heavy winds.
He's running this hard.
You know him well, you can already
Yeah,
tell.
you can see, you can
Yes,
see.
the body language. And so when this goes through, it's going to start veering off to the left. Oh, it went right.
That was my worry, in that it looked quite angled, and running it by sufficient distance to get all the way down to 10 looked tricky, whereas the black the turn before was longer, don't get me wrong, it was clearly longer, but it was much straighter, and a good shot would have got down to 10. Not the greatest of reds there from Forsey, that's fairly close to blue.
We just had a question from somebody if they know what the lawn speed is, and that might have been something that was fairly difficult to determine as the weather has changed, but I don't know if there was a lawn speed test before the game started this morning.
No, there wasn't. So they started about 10 on day 1. They got up to about 11 and a half, and now I would reckon they're down to about 9. 9's probably not a bad... They're still rolling on nicely, aren't they?
They are.
But yeah, just a second slower. Oh dear, that's a huge miss. Thought he'd get that.
He really tried to hit that hard though, didn't he?
He did.
He's having another little swing at it now and just saying, what did I do?
So tough hoop for red.
With black straight back from the hoop, but a good 3 metres.
Yeah, it's long. Take your hoop on here.
And the wind's died down a little bit, so it's a good time to try and make a hoop.
Good
Which
hoop.
he has
Very
nailed
good.
back to the back lines.
6-4.
Clapping going on. Pleased to see some very stoic spectators here today, despite the weather conditions.
Short.
Very, very short.
Oh,
Not
dear.
good at all.
That's bad.
Anyway, maybe he didn't want Forsey shooting at him. I don't
No,
know.
no. Just a bad shot.
It's always that those hoop 11 and hoop 5 can become a bit of a shooting out match, though, can't they?
Yeah. Hit that a lot harder.
Yes, because really he can only clear yellow to the
Lovely.
back line. That
That's
looks
a
great
super
too.
shot.
Where's,
Super shot.
where's Red going? He might posh this through, put it through the 2 balls, yes, and touching potentially. It certainly did touch blue, but whether it's touching ball's another matter.
Yeah, I think blue can still run the hoop from there. So I think black will clear yellow on the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side,
Interesting. Yeah, I thought on the left-hand side.
you wouldn't go right-hand side to close the gate a bit. Oh, look at that. He wants to close the gate on the hoop.
Yeah, this
He's
is
forcing something to go on. He could be a slight in-off opportunity here, though, depending on that angle for us, what we're seeing, Chris.
I'm not sure whether it's open or not.
He's not jumping. And he's going to hit it hard.
Yeah, it must be open.
Oh, he had a clear shot through, didn't touch that black ball, but we have London bus scenario right now, don't we?
This is a great opportunity. I mean, I think the jump shot looks very on.
Who's going to jump like in that situation? Nobody can jump right now.
Why can't blue jump here?
Well, I remember playing Your Lovely Wife and having a situation like that at this very hoop, and things were rather collectively aligned, and I managed to nail it, but those balls are very close together. They would need a referee out on this, and here we go.
Yeah, definitely want a referee.
Here comes Tony.
I just thought he had enough of the blue to strike to be able to play the jump.
Oh, they're all having a look at it. And this is the first time the referee has actually been called in this match. I don't think we've had a referee out yet.
All the tournament's been played nicely between the players.
And notice there's been no banging down of hoops today. I guess that rain's cemented things in a bit more.
Maybe.
Yesterday there was a lot of banging in hoops. Nicola Clement said that was basically her sole job was to be on the hammer.
Yeah.
Right, so Tony's lining up things. He's not doing a divination moment, waving his arm around, and he's lining something up over on pegs on the sideline. Or a flag, perhaps, that direction. So if he's not going to jump, Chris, what else could he get up to here?
I think he has to jump. I mean, I really do.
You don't think those balls are touching?
Or what, blue and red? I don't think they're
Because if they were touching, then he could
play a
stop shot away.
He could play a stop shot. I'm just worried that red can hit black onto yellow, peeling it.
Fawsey wants to come and have a look
I just think you have to take the jump shot on here. And it's so good if it works as well.
Well, we've certainly got a great view of what's about to happen. Let's see. It certainly worked, and it was a great shot of 6 pairs of legs. 6 legs. Oh, look at that foot. Oh, we've just gone into... Oh, no, we're all right, we're back. We just had a dark moment then. Wow, that was a fantastic jump, wasn't it?
Very good shot.
Yes.
He hasn't finished in the greatest of positions.
No, it's not good.
But red's going to have the hill working against it.
It was a pretty close shot to the hoop, and he went quite high in that hoop and pretty much just came straight down, didn't he? So
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lot of length out of that situation. But I'm sure he was aware of that when he did make that shot. And red, well, it hasn't taken the opportunity. It was difficult for him to get it in front of the hoop, wasn't it? He was a bit behind blue.
Yeah, the hill was just not helping him.
So here we go. It's going to be a KG12 hoop start. They're both on each side of the hoop.
Yeah, it's a deliberate not taking position there with black. That's just throwing a ball down there, forcing red to clear it, or just putting a ball in position. The key is he needs to get position with blue, and I'm not sure he can.
No, he can't. All he can do is hit to the side.
So this will be a clearance on the black. Aston trying to get black just that extra 2 feet further, blocking with hoop 5, hoop 12 in the way. Hasn't quite managed it, very thin wire, and will now need to hit this to stay in game 3.
Yes, this is a very strong opportunity from having that blue hampered, isn't it, Chris, at hoop 11 for Fawsey to take his first game of this best-of-5 match. And not nice to have to work off this sideline. You've got that fence there, and not a lot of walk-up if you're a stalker and like to stalk your ball.
Always prefer shooting downwind than crosswind. At least the mallet, it feels like the wind's helping you. No.
All right. Not for the match, but for game 3, and this is a big moment for Fawsey, and like you're saying, things can turn around. This was certainly not going to be potentially the last game, and and he wants to stay in this match.
Yeah, there's very, very little to choose between these two players. They are very, very similar in ability level.
Yes.
And particularly with the weather conditions favouring Aston.
This is one of the hardest shots of the match to essentially play, is that hope.
Lovely shot.
Get the hope.
Lovely shot.
Just be clinical. Well done, Fawzi, on securing game 3 of this best of 5. So we will try and find out if they're going to break for lunch, because we don't have any other games happening. This is it. But certainly it's not raining right now, and the management may be encouraging them to continue with play.
Yeah, I think we'll just take a couple of minutes break. I think Aston's walked into the clubhouse, so be a couple of minutes and we'll see, try and work out what's going to go on, whether we've got a proper lunch break or just a 5-minute break.
Did you see that wooden seat on its back? It just looks pretty dreadful, doesn't it? It is cyclone conditions here. All right, thanks everyone. We'll be back soon.
in Game 4 and in Game 5 if it goes that far.
And we've had a period here where the rain's let up for quite a bit, which is good to see. So hopefully we get through the remainder of these games.
And that downwind approach, just catching them out. It's not a dreadful shot, but it's really quite a tough hoop from there. Don't think Forsey will feel the need to shoot at that. So red just playing in deep. It's definitely runnable, that blue, isn't it? It's just, it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a shot you would prefer not to take if you have the choice.
You'd probably play it quite gently into the draws, wouldn't you?
Probably personally, yes. I quite like getting in the jaws of one. It's a nice start to the game.
Lovely shot with black.
It's a great shot. Because of where blue and red are positioned, Aston's probably thinking, I can get red on the right and drag it into the fourth corner if I need to.
I don't think he'll play that shot. If yellow plays in, I think he'll just clear yellow and let red take the hoop on.
Where do you think Forsey is aiming for here in front of the first hoop?
I think he's probably trying to get between blue and red.
Oh, it's drifted.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see blue clear yellow. Trying to get in hoop position itself, ideally blocking red at the hoop.
Yeah, these are the shots I really like, and Aston's been playing them really well. These clearances where you control the back ball to a position that is runnable. He's been really solid at those so far today. Ooh.
Hasn't got the blue in red's way, but has opted to basically force red to take the hoop on by getting blue wide from yellow.
Yeah, and instead of opting for some distance there on yellow, he's instead tried to bring the hoop into the play between the yellow and blue ball. And like you say, Chris, he's forcing Forsey here to take a shot that's a few yards back.
Good shot.
That's a great shot.
And black can't get up to two very easily.
That's a good confidence builder too, going into this game for Forsey.
So we're joined here by Angus Coulter in the fourth game. Have you enjoyed watching the play today, Angus?
Yes, a lot different from when I played. A lot more accurate shooting going on. I'm more of a positional player myself, but it's good to watch, and coming here and watching does make me want to pick up the mallet again.
Well, that's what we like to hear.
It's going to go into black.
And you would expect by the fourth game that they'd have the run of the lawns positioning down to hoop 2, and by now.
Yeah, I mentioned it's been the area of weakness of most of these players.
That's a great shot.
Super shot.
That is a great shot.
Black's got the opportunity to just snuggle behind yellow. I'm not sure red can see any of blue. If it has got the edge of it, it's got to shoot at it, I
I
think.
think maybe he's got half ball there on blue.
It's just got the edge, hasn't it? I think he'll go gently at this.
Ooh.
Black behind yellow, do you think?
Yeah, you're close enough there where you're fairly confident you're going to be all over it.
And would you play behind it or in front of it?
I would probably prefer to play behind it rather. That's a good shot. I'd be a little bit worried here if I play in front that Forsey could wick off to the third hoop.
Exactly.
So I probably would prefer to play behind in that situation.
But as it is, he's got that black in almost a perfect position, hasn't he?
Yeah. Do you think they're touching? I don't think so.
No, I don't think they are. But one option for Forsey here is to nudge behind the black, so black can't get to hoop 3.
Yeah.
That's what he's just looked at there. He's just going to nudge behind, stopping black getting to 3. Concept being that blue's going to run the hoop now, and then red gets to play over to 3, and should be able to build a very strong position.
Now, if you're Aston here, are you looking at where red's line to the third hoop is and potentially just running this by
Inches.
inches? Yeah. No, he's made sure of that there.
That's. Oh. Red might have been in a difficult position there. Looks like he's played much deeper than I would anticipate. This now allows well, a variety of choices. I'm tempted with red that deep to keep this block to actually stay there, so yellow can't get over there, and then yellow will play either staying there or moving away to this area, and blue can play in tight.
Yeah, we've read that far back, and if I'm not able to make it over there myself, I'm liking this position as well, where you kind of hold those 2 balls up in lawn. Forsey can't get to 3, and I'm just shooting in for tight position with red.
Yeah, you can play to 1 yard back position.
Yeah.
And you're really strong position then. Even 4 foot position's not dreadful.
Yeah, one of the shots I find really awkward personally is when you're in front of the hoop, you're a few yards back, and Oppo is nice and tight, and you're having to make those clearances where you can end up quite easily behind the hoop, and they're tricky situations.
So he did maintain the block, so he kept black on top of yellow, and yellow has tried to play to block blue, and has played a dreadful shot into
the hoop.
The right-hand wire. So always overhit that. That's not very good.
That's a free shot of the hoop.
It is.
So I'll be interested to see in this 4th game if this weather continues to worsen. In the first 2 games it was pretty rugged, and we saw Aston really thrive in that situation. So.
And it's got a lot darker out to our right, so I think this is set in for a while now. So big shot in the match here. I do want to take the hoop on. Josh described it as a free go. Not entirely a free go, but I want to have a go there.
Yeah, if you have a shot there and you miss, you are leaving it up to the croquet gods a little bit as to where it rebounds to, and you can end up with a situation where blue's all over it, but he's just decided to play in gently there. I think he's given too much of the ball to that, too much angle to weigh Aston there with blue. I wouldn't have positioned that close. So Angus, you're from up this way. Is this sort of weather here at the Mount fairly common, or this is quite...
No, not at all.
No, okay.
Not at all. It's usually really sunny here. Lawns really dry. These are fast-paced lawns, but yeah, under these circumstances, it can't be easy up there.
And we're now getting to a stage where the players may choose to stop again. This is torrential.
Oh,
that's a super
that's
clearance.
a great shot.
That's the 3rd one of those in the match where he's really nailed it and got that block on red. And I think they'll come off for a while now. This is pretty horrific weather.
Holy moly.
Hopefully someone's going to be marking the balls.
But I think once again, if we look to our left, we've got quite dark skies, and just appearing again on the right.
Yeah, it's already starting to get brighter, isn't it?
There's that hint of brightness. So it may just be another 10 or 15 minutes of...
Yeah. And as that cyclone approaches, there's going to be waves ahead of it before it really sets in later this afternoon. So maybe we do have the liberty of, because we played so many rounds yesterday, having a bit of time here just to let it pass through and the worst of it to go.
So looking back at the position we've got here, is red almost forced to take the jump shot on here? Yellow's miles away, black and blue both in front, and red has got a jump shot.
Yeah, again, I'm thinking Forsy's going to be regretting his decision not to take his shot at the hoop earlier.
Yeah.
Aston's just proved himself time and time again. If you get too close to him, he's not only going to put you really far away, but he's got that great back ball control. And we've seen that multiple times during this match. So this may be his last chance, so it's definitely a...
back out. Forsy's back out on the lawn. And taking this jump shot on, I think.
Yeah.
So again, it's natural casting. He'll ground his mallet. He'll shuffle his feet forward those extra 2 inches and then hit down on it. Oh, he's got it.
He's done so well there.
Huge shot in match terms, that could easily turn 1-3 into 3-1. Lovely replay.
He struck that really well.
And got past the peg as well.
Yep.
So really good shot. Aston did everything right there. And sometimes you just force your opponent into playing a really good shot and they do it.
And we were talking about earlier, Chris, Aston's tactical attitude in this match. And it looks like he still hasn't been forced to change that. He's still just playing it nice and tight and letting Forsy make those big shots.
Yeah, and the more the weather comes into play, the more he'll maintain that. The odds of someone playing incredibly well in this weather are slim. So he'll just want to keep putting balls in and try and win the positional battle. So good blue. And there's a big wide area here.
Yeah. Either behind the hoop or through red.
Yep.
It's looking really tasty there. Either the hoop or red, and you get to flick over to 5 as well. I'm not quite sure what the angle looks like, but
looks like almost a straight clearance, doesn't it?
You'd be happy with just black hanging around there.
Yeah.
And yes, it is straight.
And that has not got it. I think he's got a full ball.
Full ball on
past
there.
The hoop. Might not be able to hit the left-hand side of it, but can definitely hit the middle of it. And he's straight into this. He fancies this, obviously.
No thinking required. Yeah, he's really comfortable with that type of play. That's Egyptians really love ball and having other ball on the baseline, just clearing to a short boundary.
It's a nice double though, this, isn't it?
I wonder if he can see the hoop.
I think he's got both.
He may.
I'd like to see him not hit this full pace and actually just stroke it nicely. Here we go, red.
He has. That was a great stroke.
And yeah, since we came back on after that rain break, it's been a high quality of play, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We've still got strong winds. It's still raining. And yeah, several really good shots. Might as well just take this out. Hit it, half ball on the right, take that short boundary yourself.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Yeah, and
Nice
perfect shot.
Perfect.
Clearing the ball that's played before you, always a good decision, and taking that short boundary as well. It should give him that slight advantage at the hoop.
Some nice shot. Oh, angle deceived me there. It's in front.
Yeah, a little bit of length. It's okay.
Oh,
And that's probably blocked yellow at blue, hasn't it?
I think so.
So
It has made this clearance for Aston a little bit more difficult, though. I don't think it's going to really change how he goes about it, but it's thrown a few more outcomes into the mix.
it's got everything.
Yeah.
Two choices here. You can play tight in front, or you can clear blue.
I'm clearing blue here. What about you, Chris?
It's on the day for me. If I've been playing well, I'm going to clear blue. If I haven't been hitting the ball well, I'm going to take position. And that's the sort of shot that I'm worried about if I'm not playing well. He's lost yellow. It's
Yeah.
now northern part of the lawn. And Aston is now marginal favourite for the hoop.
Yeah.
Only marginal, but if yellow had stayed 4 yards closer, it would have been fine. Short, into the wind, lawn slowing down.
And we're getting those big gusts of wind that kind of come up sporadically as well, so it can be really hard to judge what happens.
And again, thinking about that blue position, it's one of those ones where you'd rather be long than short as well. You'd rather be on the short boundary side.
Yes, yep.
And so everything about that shot has been imperfect. Lovely shot with black. But again, the short boundary side is controlled by Forsey here. Blue can only clear red to that 7 yard distance point. The question is, can red run the hoop? And if it can't, I think we'll see blue clear yellow. Aston just going to having a quick look at red at the hoop, and he's aiming at yellow, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm probably shooting at yellow here myself. I can't quite tell, though, from this angle. No, yep, yellow.
It's a good shot.
Oh, and he's got in the way of Forsey's feet there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, running hoop 4 from there with blue behind you is pretty tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not happening.
I think we'll see him just clearing black.
Now, is there a chance here to jaws the ball as well? Are you going to bring that into play?
Not from this angle. I'm looking to just stop it on a sixpence and stay in position. And then if you can do that...
He has tried it.
I didn't think the enough was possible.
Yeah.
The best you could do was hit the right-hand wire, stay there. If you could stop it dead, then yellow could clear blue next time, hard. And I thought that was a possible shot.
Well, I'm glad he's gone for that with a bit of power, though, making it a little bit longer on this positional shot. But blue does have that clearance now on red, heading towards hoop 5. Yep, that's decent.
Lovely shot.
I like that.
Lovely shot. You're almost forced to clear blue, aren't you? They don't like clearing blue in this position. They normally play in. He has played in. This gives really good opportunity to Aston, doesn't it?
Yeah.
2-1 down. Chance to clear red, getting blue over towards 5, as you mentioned. And black's
It's
got a
pretty hard to
straight
turn
hoop.
down. Yeah.
Oh. Was he blocked?
I don't know. I must have. Well, he should have. Surely would have been able to see some of that. Oh,
I
that's a
didn't-
great shot.
No, I didn't think he was blocked.
I missed that. Okay, and just like that, Forsey is favourite for the hoop. Now, if you're Aston here, Chris, based off the weather conditions, are you going to go try tight here or
I am.
short boundary?
I'm
Yep.
going to go tight.
That's what he's... Oh,
That's no good.
no, Red can just nestle up onto that.
Yeah. Again, I mentioned yesterday about thinking about where your miss is.
Mm.
And you can't leave your ball anywhere near the opponent ball, really, at this level. They're just going to, have you for breakfast. A little bit long, but it's okay. I think Aston will feel the need to move yellow here. I would certainly have felt the need to move yellow there. Just a little nudge here.
And with these nestles, you're trying not to nestle dead in front and risk the balls touching and black just having a straight shot through to just clear.
Equally, you wanted to be on the other side of black, so you didn't leave a possible hoop shot.
Yeah.
So he's gone sort of the wrong side of the nestle.
It looks like they are touching.
No, I just think they're apart, and he's got an open hoop shot.
Oh, I didn't realise that from the angle. Okay.
It wasn't clear.
I mean,
because red might have moved there.
You're always worried when the opposed ball's that close and you have a... Is he going...
Why?
Clearing blue.
To me, that indicates that black
No.
touched red
Okay.
and is onside, but the rain's starting to come down heavily again now. Both players, I think we've seen erring towards more defensive lines of play, not taking on hoops we thought they would take on.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to err on the cautious side, but I think they've overdone it.
Yeah.
One or two hoops I wanted to see taken on haven't
Yep.
been taken on.
Yeah, Forsey's hoop 3 and again now at 4. That could just be a consequence of the conditions here today. It's easy to commentate when we're up in this nice warm box, but outside it is a bit dreadful.
So it'd be interesting to see a replay of black's hoop shot at hoop 4. Did it flick
Yeah.
off red? In which case it's onside. In which case red may decide it doesn't want to run hoop 4. All those sorts of considerations. Black can run hoop 5 from where it is there, can't it, if it's onside? It's a free go.
Yeah, it is a free go. I'm not too concerned about black though, with where it is. Obviously he does have the opportunity to score the point there, but with how close yellow is lurking, it's not the end of the world for me, black taking that on, where the score's at, especially if it's 3-1.
That gives you a pretty good view of the weather at the moment.
Yeah.
That was a gentle hoop stroke. And
Not quite sure what that was.
that was his mid-pace go at a hoop.
Okay.
Give it a chance to finish in the jaws
All right.
by not smashing at it. Doesn't want to hit the wire and bounce 10 yards away. So he's just saying, look, if I miss.
Yeah, perhaps it was a bit more angled than I thought.
Again, was that a good position? Play with black going on the non-short boundary side.
I don't think can Red see that? Not middle.
Just had the edge of it. And I think some people would say, well, black can just play in here, but I don't think he wants to leave a yellow the jump shot opportunity.
That's a great shot.
So he's played it well.
Has given him a double there, though, from where that has ended up on the sideline.
Yeah, you fancy a go at this, don't you?
Yeah.
Nice hard go. Cross your fingers, something good happens.
It's one of those great ones as well, where there's not enough room in the middle for it to slip through, which usually happens for me if there is a gap.
Ah, you're too good a shot, Josh.
Okay, so he's ended up with another opportunity here. No.
Missed by a way, that, didn't it?
Is it just me, or the pace of Forzy's swing slowed down quite a bit? These last couple hoops hasn't quite had the same pace on the mallet head.
No, I think he's deliberately played some mid-pace strokes to try and stay clear near the hoop. I think they've been good choices. Nice comeback from Aston from 2-0 down.
And you can see just in the top right of your screen, those are bowling greens, and they're just starting to flood up. From our position, they look like pools.
Actually, it was 1-1, wasn't it? Because I had that good jump shot.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that we're starting to get puddles on the bowling greens, but they're not puddles anymore, they're swimming pools. I can't see a blade of grass on that bowling green.
So you were over in Australia recently for the Mat, Chris, and I know you got a bit of weather then. How does this compare to the rain we had over there?
So this is slightly worse than the Mac. The difference is, I think, the temperature is probably still 7 or 8 degrees higher at the moment than it was over at Cairnley, where it got bitterly cold. But the rain and wind is a little bit stronger. Here we go, big shot. Oh, he's got both of them.
He's moved everything there.
So that's got him back in it, having played another poor black to position.
And he's just put his ball in front and offered it red up as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here for Aston. And
yeah, this is forcing him to clear him to the short boundary.
Yep.
Aston hasn't held black in as good hoop running position as he'd like. Yellow can play in, and I'm feeling forced, if I'm open here, to clear that yellow ball. Because red can just clear the black. I don't just want to play in here. I want to clear this yellow. Not necessarily very hard, just a mid-pacer.
Just hang around.
Oh, good shot in the middle.
That's brilliant.
And he's only moved it 9 yards away. But by hitting in the middle, he's really made... And this is a meat and drink stop shot. But red should be another yard right here, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that's a bit of a nothing positional shot. You either want to be further back or a lot closer and back in your clearance on blue with yellow. Yeah,
another good shot there. Black's definitely a runnable position now. So yellow wants to be in position, but on the opposite side to blue. Doesn't want to leave blue an easy stop shot. And that is, again, an easy stop shot, isn't it?
I'm just positioning in front of the hoop here.
You're letting red have a go at black.
And a clearance through with a ball in front.
Right, I'm going to take out yellow here.
He's gone for the block.
He's failed to get it.
So in these conditions, Chris, you're a bit more of a fan of battling for a dominant position when you do have control of the hoop?
I want to make the game as positional as I can.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that was a good opportunity to get blue in great position, blocking yellow. if red had cleared black, I think it's an easy jump shot for yellow, and then blue can't get very good position at 6. So I thought it was really risky, whereas clearing yellow was a pretty solid option. Just got to make sure you don't clear yellow into blue or through hoop 5 here. I think he will probably try and clear it up towards the camera angle, but he might take the other. Yeah,
Done
up
well,
towards the
and look
camera
at that,
angle.
it's bubbled down.
And even shots like that in these weather conditions are quite testing, aren't they?
Yeah, you're aiming for a particular part of the ball. You're trying to do more than just hit it, which is always difficult.
And we saw the Robertson Shield players struggle in tough conditions, and you have to play more difficult shots at golf croquet. So, you know, if the MAC players are struggling at AC, you can imagine how difficult it is playing out there today. No.
No.
And I was chatting between games 3 and 4 about what's Forsey done better? Is he just shooting better? And I said no. I didn't think he was shooting any better. I thought it was very, very balanced still, this match. And he, after the first game, where they both played brilliantly, I thought the standard of plays dropped off a wee bit. Obviously, weather affected. And Forsey has started missing some clearances and has started missing some hoops. And Aston's positional play has gone downhill a wee bit.
Yeah.
And it's just all a little bit scrappier than that excellent quality first game we had.
Yeah, like you said, Chris, that first game was one that you may expect in terms of standards for an Open Worlds final. So these players are certainly very capable, and potentially we may see things turn up a little bit here.
Great position here for Aston. Black's in lovely hoop running position. Blue's got a comparatively short clearance on red, and he's turning it down again. And he's trying to make this as positional as possible. I like clearing red here. Again, I encouraged him to be as positional as he can be, but that is I want to clear red. You know, Black's in such good hoop running position. Oh, that's going to be...
It's going to be one of those haunting shots. Be thinking back on.
Possibly a game changer and a match changer, really.
Again, shows the advantage of having the tighter position. Sometimes you do get that bit of luck.
Yeah.
Bit far. Not bad. Not good enough to force Aston to clear it, though, is it?
No.
That's good.
Majority of hoops run in that position for Forsey. He's, especially on these odd-numbered hoops, he's still tried to... He hasn't bashed them, but the majority of them have only sort of creeped through by a couple feet, which Aston's not going to be too worried about here. So it looks like he is going for a clearance.
And that's the one he missed in game 3 that turned the game. It was 3-all at the time. He'd had a comeback from 3-0 down to 3-all, and he missed that clearance. And Forsey just dominated by running hoop 7 right in front of hoop 8. So if he can do that again here, he can get back to 4-all potentially. Tricky shot. Blue's in front. Yeah,
No,
he's run it.
He's run it. He's given it a bit more this time, so he's really just wanted to make sure of the point there.
So it's a good shot. I mean, let's not take away. Running that hoop is a good shot. But first play down to 8 for Aston, 4-3 up. He'll be expecting to make it 5-3 from here. A little bit short. It's straight, but it's a good 3 yards back, I think. needs to get well inside this. 1 yard straight position blocking would be perfect. And he's gone
it's
past.
drifted past. Yeah, it's a difficult shot to pull off there, with how much these lawns are drifting in between hoops.
Yeah, I don't like that black, but
Hampered.
it's an interesting line.
That is
interesting line.
Okay, no, it's gone past as well.
So free go.
Yep.
Got to take this on. It's long, but it's straight.
Just as the wind's picked up as well, coming right at right angles to Aston.
Good shot.
It's a great shot.
5-3. 2-1 up in games. The winning line starts to appear.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really interested to see as we creep closer to that, how Aston reacts when the hand starts to be on the trophy. I've been in situations before where I've definitely got letting my mind get the best of me.
And red's short here. No need to shoot at this. You just play 3 yards past red. I'll take the short boundary side yourself.
He's gone closer in than I thought he would.
Yeah, that you can't finish to the west of hoop
No.
9. You can go to unrunnable on the other side, but you can't finish there.
And this rain is absolutely sideways right now.
Yeah. So a little stun away here, I think.
Yeah, so Forsey gets the opportunity here to play a few shots that Aston has done very well. He's
Lovely.
done a great shot.
Yellow's all over the blue ball, so I think black has to clear red.
And this is going to be a super crucial hoop here in terms of the match. Forsey really needs to get this one if he wants to stay in it.
Yeah, this is a compulsory clearance. You can't allow yellow to just... No, is he taking it on or he's positioning?
It looks like a
I
position.
don't like this.
He's done well. I think
That's
they're touching.
Worked fantastically. And I'm very happy for yellow to take this hoop on. That's not a problem in my mind for 5-3 up.
Now, hypothetical situation, but with 2 balls hampered, let's just say they were to hang around, who do you think has the upper hand with nice shot?
It's clear advantage to Aston.
Yeah, just with that positional shot play.
So if yellow had run this to position at 10, it would be clear
Yeah.
advantage to Forsey. But off the north boundary, one good positional shot here.
And
And
it's short.
Oh, they blocked. They're not blocked, actually.
I thought they were from the other angle.
No, they're blocked from hoop 9, but you can get up to hoop
Okay.
10, or at least in the vicinity.
Oh no. Oh, he's crept past.
Blue was a long way short, wasn't it?
And that's gone much deeper than he's probably intended.
So blue at red. Can he get some sort of wire?
It's unlike him. He's been smacking those in the middle all day.
Yeah, some people may think he was trying to get blue over towards 11. I don't think he was. He was trying to get a wire.
Yeah.
And this is not a long clearance. Good shot.
Nice shot.
Missed the peg. You can always be unlucky and rush black into the peg and leave it a short clearance.
Now, yellow's not a gimme, but it's definitely one of those situations where he's positioning.
This is interesting.
I would have shot through on that.
This is almost saying to yellow, forcing you to run the hoop.
Yeah.
And with red not great for 11, and black is onside. Sorry, blue that's onside. You'll fancy taking position well. Yeah, blue onside at 11. I think playing in there was quite a good choice. Rain really hammering down now.
Oh, nice shot.
This is
5
about
all.
protecting your lead, trying to make sure your balls retain good positions for 11. So 5 all. Blue's approaching down a really good line. Is it perfect?
I think it's just a yard, 20 degrees back. It's definitely runnable.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't
Yard
it?
and a half. It's getting really hard to see now what's happening.
I think at this stage Aston will be starting to think about giving Forsey free shots at the hoop, because he has sunk his last 3 hoops quite easily. I think giving someone like that free goes at the hoop is maybe not a smart move, especially this late in the game. So I think Aston should maybe start looking at clearing balls that are within the danger zone of the hoop.
Yeah, there's certainly an argument for that. I do like, though, that he's stuck to the plan that's been working for him all day.
These 2 balls he got at 11 are fantastic balls. Don't underestimate the value of giving the hoop to your opponent at hoop 10 and then having this great position at 11.
Do you think with that positional shot with black, he was trying to get in front of the hoop, or he was trying to just come to just onside between the
I think he was trying to get a runnable hoop on this side.
Yeah.
So I think he's done really well. He managed to do exactly that. And when Forsey plays in with red, which isn't an easy positional shot from where he is, lawn is starting to flood. Lawn 1 has water on it. Lawn 2 has water on it.
Yeah.
And the boundary, the west boundary, is starting to have standing water on it.
I think there could even be parts of the lawn where if you were to shoot through, it'd be quite difficult to... You'd be really given a fair slog to get to the other end now. Can you see that puddle just forming northeast of 1?
Yeah. Yeah. We haven't noticed any rooster tails coming up from the balls yet, have we?
No.
So that's one of the signs of flooding. And equally, the balls are still travelling quite nicely, aren't they? Positional shots seem to be obviously much slower. Here we go. Here's a positional shot.
There's the rooster tail you were talking about, Chris.
They are starting
and
to
look
go.
at that.
Yeah.
It's pulled up.
So no need now for black to clear red.
So just in the last 10 minutes, the lawn's just started to develop these areas where the water's just hanging around.
A little bit of clear, lighter sky coming through, though. So quite positive for the rain stopping. They could easily take a 10-minute break now if they wanted to. It's a good positional shot. Is that blocked?
I think it...
Is he taking the
I
hoop on?
think he has... You've got a bit of angle on the Angus. Can you see?
I think
He's stopped. He's having to think about it.
blue is wide from yellow, I believe.
I'm probably taking a shot at the hoop here, even if I can see quarter ball blue. I'm thinking it's just as hard as to get the hoop as to hit the ball here.
Yeah, definitely legitimate to try and wait 10 minutes. Get this clear, lighter sky coming through. Maybe even ask for the lawn to be squeegeed a wee bit in key areas.
Yeah. So
The commentary team think it's wired.
I think he may have quarter ball on blue.
Right.
so it's pretty much the same as running a hoop.
I think blue is has a lot more angle on the hoop than what it looks like from here. It's a very tight hoop to run.
Okay.
So Forsey back out there. Rain easing.
So if blue is as angled as Angus says, there's also an argument here just for a nice clearance on black.
Big shot.
That was
So
a
to go at the hoop.
That was a hoop.
Aston going straight for the hoop, quite rightly. No thought about clearing red here, I think. You want to take this on.
It's quite angled, Chris.
It
Can you
is.
see that?
Yeah. I still want him to go for this. This is a really good opportunity. Go and take it. Lovely
That's a
shot.
great shot.
He's run it
Right down to the
level
12th.
with 12.
Yeah. Looks like he's taking the hoop on here.
It does.
I mean, and there is an argument for that.
I'm not convinced by it. I think you should take position.
Oh, no,
He has to.
position.
Yeah, goes.
I think it's getting to the
choice.
stage where they're not going to be able to shift the balls as far as they want to as well, especially with that huge puddle forming between hoop 1 and hoop 12.
Yeah, they could definitely ask for the lawns to be squeegeed here. Potentially one of the aspects of lack of experience.
Yeah.
Just knowing when you're allowed to say, look, hey, there's a puddle here, I can stop. The question is, does either of them actually want to stop at this stage?
Yeah, they've been out there for a few hours in the rain now. But unlucky there. I'm thinking he's just hit that a little bit harder to try get through the puddle, but it's drifted a bit further than he intended.
It's not a bad place for yellow, though, is it?
Yeah, it could have been worse spots.
Just too far.
So hope.
Free go at the hoop. Vaguely free anyway. Black has to clear yellow from 7 yards away. Here we go.
Well, he's nailed it.
Great shot.
Shot.
Super shot.
Look at
So
that.
down to
13th.
13.
Now, I wonder if the hoop is in the way of Blue's backswing there for 13.
And is the peg in the way of Black getting to 13?
I think he can just sneak past the right of that.
Got to hit this hard enough to get past the hoop. Oh, it's good,
That's a
isn't
great
it?
shot.
Oh,
That's
it's
a great
super
shot.
That's very good.
Really, really good. You've got to shoot at this, haven't you?
Yeah.
That is a fantastic black. The hoop's definitely on his backswing. I think you've picked that up well, Josh. Whether he can poke it hard enough with the slower lawns to get up there, I don't know.
No, yeah, and this positional shot up to 13, it's one that is really difficult. And with the water on the lawn, Aston's done a great job of judging just how much to put on that. It can be pretty easy to give it a bit too much and end up halfway between the hoop and the line there, but that's a great positional shot. I'd love that. So they're just having a bit of a break at the moment. Is that what's happening?
I think so. How do you think the pressure will be affecting Forsey knowing he has to take on this Croquet?
Well, he's proven that it doesn't really seem to affect him so far. I mean, that last hoop shot was effectively for the match as well. So my guess is that it's not going to bother him too much. But it's definitely in the back of your mind.
He's out again. He's not necessarily walking to yellow, he's walking to the shelter. Absolutely no problem with stopping here. You could certainly ask them to go and squeegee certain areas of the lawns and make sure they're playable, but I think having reached this stage, we are going to finish this game. Even if it involves volunteers going out and squeegeeing bits. I don't think this is going to be the end of the World Championship.
Yeah, it was a really good decision each day to play the semis in the evening. It's given ourselves plenty of time here today to potentially get through these last 2 games.
Yeah, there's some black sky over there, some more light sky to our right. It is just coming on and off, isn't it?
It's definitely set in a lot more than it was earlier. There was a little bit of a ease there, but it's come straight back.
So other things that you can do is you can start preparing another lawn that's flooding less. You can start squeegeeing lawn 3 out and saying, look, that's going to be better to play on.
And this is going to be difficult here, having a bit of time out, and we can see Forsey on the screen. So we're not quite sure how much time they're going to be sitting under the shelters there, but it's quite tough having to go straight back out there onto the lawn and make this big shot. So I think the longer you're in the shelter, although it is wet out there, the more out of rhythm you're going to be by the time you get back onto the court.
Yeah, and this will be a completely new experience for Forsey. He won't have ever encountered anything like this before.
I think they've handled the conditions really, really well, though. I was honestly expecting the play to be a bit more squirrely than it has ended up being. Like, it's definitely dropped off a bit, but they've
still been lots of good shots played. Taking position as the lawn's slowing down is challenging, and just getting that pace. Very, very tricky. So now the rain has more or less stopped. The wind has gone a little bit down, but it's still strong.
You can see how wet Forsey is there.
And we're at a stage where we're probably going to be starting again soon, I would think.
He's having to think about it. And I wonder what his countrymen are saying to him under that shelter over there, psyching him up, keeping him in the zone.
Lawn playability conditions, CN Zedrag say you've got to be able to hit a ball from one corner to another, and that's quite different depending on the people you're dealing with. If you've got a women's world championship, it's going to be a completely different standard to these youngsters who can thrash it 100 metres. So I think the lawn is currently still playable.
Yeah, I agree.
Lawn 2 clearly isn't. It's got a big puddle on it. But looking further north, lawns 3 and lawn 4 both look okay.
These are sand-based lawns, so they do have a bit of drainage on them, but as they fill up, they're going to get to the point where they'll just be waterlogged, and we're going to see more and more puddles. We're lucky enough that one...
And they're just going to give you a little shot of the bowling greens here, which I've just described as swimming pools. Hopefully you can see why. I can't see any grass or cotula on those. That might be the artificial lawn we're looking at there, so that would be a good reason why that doesn't drain as well.
The other ones seem to be under a fair few inches as well.
But yeah, the croquet lawns always drain better. I think now's the time you need to be going out and playing.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see these conditions get any better.
The wind's as light as it's been all day.
And it's expected to pick up in the next couple hours as well and be even worse than it has been this morning.
Very little rain coming down now. Just a few little tiny spots.
Plenty of mud out there on the lawn. And Aston's coming back.
Aston comes back. Got his Gatorade or Powerade or something with him. Keep hydrated even.
Looking at a rain radar now, it seems like the bulk of the storm is moving down the North Island towards us in Tauranga. So it seems like we're yet to get the worst of it, but it's on its way. Forsey coming out.
Here we go, some big shots coming up. I think there's a genuine possibility that if Forsey does win this game, we might have joint world champions.
That'd be exciting.
If that weather
It would
comes
be interesting.
in. Yep, can't remember a tie yet.
Now, is this going to end up being Forsey's only shot at black? I'm just wondering, depending on Blue's shot down to 13, whether if it is really hampered, he could go for a block with red.
Big shot. Weather conditions fairly okay. No, miles away. That's a yard off to the right.
I think he's hit that harder than he's needed to. He just wanted any touch on it there.
Possibly falling out of that rhythm from the break.
Yeah, it's not going to help, is it?
No, it's really tough. On and off the lawns, your mallet's wet. So you're just not used to these types of conditions. Aston will have played in heavy rain lots of times. It's good practice that. Go and put yellow on the lawn. You never know how important that ball is in terms of the critical position of it.
You mentioned earlier with Aston's swing when he missed a couple times on the right that it was due to a change in tempo. Do you notice that with the Egyptian swings as well when they changed the pace?
A little bit, but less so, to be perfectly honest. So I think he's playing further left here, just so he's got an open backswing.
That's a good shot.
He's got to make sure you've got another ball in play. He's good pace again.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
All right.
If you had told him several hours ago he would be in this position, Aston would be thrilled.
Yeah, man. He's done really well here to stay in the world champs.
Yeah, you can't see black missing that hoop, can you?
No. If it was me, I'd be jawsing it. Here we go.
Definitely taken longer over these last two shots, hasn't he?
It's
Is it
looking good.
Close,
It's got
close.
chances.
He's got it in the middle.
Chances. Look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
Brilliant shot.
Look at where red's finished as well.
Oh
So,
my.
you taking red out here?
I am. I'm a fan here.
Lots of people will be going, I've got a hoop for the World Championship.
No.
I want them to take red out.
And look, I've played 15, 20 of these shots during the match, and I've pulled them all off, so it's also what I'm confident with at this point here, being Aston.
And then you're anticipating yellow taking the hoop on.
Yeah, correct. He's having to think about it. No, go
He's
for your
just
shot.
composing himself, I think.
Here we go.
No good hitting this half ball.
And in some way, Forsey's been pretty unlucky there not to go off.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
okay.
That's
Not
no
the result
good.
he
Not
wants.
great.
So that might change Forsey's opinion. He may play between blue and the hoop, wide from black.
Do you want to give blue this shot? Because if you're positioning here, you really have to position, making sure blue can't run that hoop. But you're also worried about black's angle there on yellow, so it's just a bit of a toss-up here.
I am tempted to run the hoop here.
Yeah, there's
Really
an argument.
tempted.
He's going blue.
Just take blue. Nothing wrong with
Okay.
this.
Well, the angle he has on blue there, he's, even if he gets it on the right, he can pop out on that short boundary. But it's not ideal.
No, didn't quite get that in the middle either.
Okay.
These balls are moving further and further away from 13, and the rain's starting to come down again.
But Ashton's still with the slightly more dominant position here. All he needs is a ball back in front, and I'd much rather be black than yellow. It looks good.
Oh, it's really
It looks really good. It reminds me of a shot over to 9 in the second game, where he's just gone for a spot. He's not been greedy, and he's given himself a straight hoop.
And it's so difficult. It's so difficult with the lawn changing pace to get that right. It's a super shot. So once again, advantage back to Aston. Yellow's clearance isn't that long, but yeah, red taking position isn't easy, is it?
I'm almost thinking here, look, if I'm positioning with red, where can I actually go? Like, I might be thinking about shooting through.
Yeah, this is his shooting technique, isn't it? He's taking this blue on. Again, nothing wrong. You're missing short to the short boundary. Nice stable body position.
He's got it perfect.
On the left.
I called it too soon.
Fantastic.
Amazing shot. And it's shifted back. I'm liking Forsey now again.
This is 50-50 for me. Can Aston take position blocking red at the hoop? So,
No.
but that's good. That is what I've been talking about. The miss was long, wasn't it?
Yep.
You can't possibly finish short and not have a hoop. And I wouldn't be surprised to see yellow take this out.
Yep, I'm happy with that. I think we're going to end up with a position which has been similar to the rest of the game, where Aston's going to be just shooting in, not shooting in, sorry, positioning in tight, and Forsey's going to end up in the back.
Standard Egyptian play in. Blue needs to clear yellow. Oh, he's gone very deep. I'm playing in. Put another ball in.
Yep, yep.
That yellow's just too far away. Again, try and block either red at the hoop or yellow at the hoop. They're both good outcomes.
That's a lovely shot.
No, he's drifted past there. I'm taking black.
Possibly a double clearance.
Well, with blue in position, I think he might have taken the hoop on. Now with blue out of position, I think he'll take black.
What is he thinking about?
He's gone to
going to dry his
mallet.
handle. Good boy. Nice one.
We could possibly be looking at a double clearance with black
More
onto
or less
blue.
dry again now. Rain stopped.
Now, if Forsey does clear black, where can Aston come back to? Yellow's in this awkward position where it is runnable, but it's not easy.
I'm almost certainly just trying to get between yellow and the hoop.
Yeah.
Blue's still going to be there. So if yellow clears black, blue can clear yellow.
Now, I'm interested to see how hard he hits that, to see what the intention is here with yellow. Oh,
There was definitely an in-off potential there, wasn't there?
There was lots of things in the mix there, Chris.
So again, black needs to make sure it reaches. It can't be short here. And we think yellow's going to have a pop.
Depends on where. If black ends up level with yellow, I'm picking a clearance. But anything other than that, I'm having a pop at the hoop. Oh, he's gone for a block by the looks of it. Oh, now that's a shot at the hoop for me. To stay in the game. So he's trying to do exactly what you said there by the looks of it, Chris, just trying to position blocking yellow from the hoop.
Yeah.
He got close from that far away as well.
I think one of the interesting questions about this shot is he going to go at his full pace, risking flicking the outside of the wire, finishing 20 yards away, or is he going to go a mid-pace, so if he doesn't run it, he's still only 4 or 5 yards away, and increasing the chance of getting in the jaws?
Well, if it's me, I'm taking the shot that makes me getting the hoop the highest possibility.
So you're playing your normal firm hoop stroke.
Just because of where black's ended up, obviously he's drifted a bit far, but if I'm bobbling and ending up around the hoop because I haven't hit it hard enough, black's just all over me, so...
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
I'm having a nice hoop stroke here.
If he runs this, he's played a series of really good shots to stay alive.
Just got a text from Edmund Fordyce, who said he's running that all day.
Righto. Shout out to Ed. Here we go. It's a very Ed hoop. I mean...
Wasn't full pace, but it was a nice controlled stroke, wasn't it?
And it could have ended up in a worse position than that.
Yep. Yeah, he's still alive.
I don't think Aston's going to be having a crack at that.
So you want to put blue in hoop running position, slightly on the far side, exactly as he's done, to allow black to play in to block yellow at blue.
Yeah.
So he's done exactly the right thing.
And Forzie's shooting through on blue.
Got to shoot at this. He might not get another shot. Lovely shot.
Lovely shot. It stays on the lawn. Is that on the lawn?
I think it is. So black will take position and yellow will have to clear black.
Yep. Yeah, but unlucky there 2 times from Forzie, taking on fairly lengthy clearances and hitting them just too well, staying on the lawn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect position again
Great
from
shot.
Aston.
We can just see off to the left there that, yeah, Reda has indeed stayed. And we've got ourselves a Mexican standoff. What's that?
Hoop or position?
Position. Position. I don't want, I don't want to, this is a shot for the championship. I'm probably a little bit nervous. Obviously, he isn't. But the last thing I want to risk here is taking a shot at the hoop and missing it badly enough to end up on the south boundary or whatever. That's just me personally. But I'm a fan here, just dribbling in. What about you, Chris?
He's in a weaker position than he was earlier. If I fancy the hoop, I'm taking the hoop.
Another good hoop approach.
That's a great shot.
Yellow is all over that blue. Red can take position behind the blue, so black can't clear it. This is the position that Forzie's been trying to develop. I'm really uncomfortable. Oh, he's no. Oh, no. That is... Well, again, we can't criticise him because the lawns are so difficult to judge.
Yeah, no, we have been a bit rough with the commentary, but...
It is genuinely tricky getting all your pace shots right.
And all of a sudden, Forzie's playing a clearance and he doesn't have a ball in front. This is rough.
Yeah. He'd done all the work to get that really nice tactical position. And now he needs to hit this.
Really need to focus here.
Brilliant. In the middle.
Great
Fantastic.
shot. Great shot. He's really stepped up in these last few hoops. He's had shot after shot where he's shooting to stay in the match, and he's just been nailing all of them. I'd be interested if we get a position develop like Aston was in before. We did have a chance to shoot in there if he just decides to next time have a shot.
Aston's positional play at 13 has been magnificent. And that's why he's still got the advantage, because Forsey's played so many good shots back at him. And that's another really good shot from the west boundary to get blue into a running position. Really, really good.
He's ended up on that right side as well.
And can he block Black's hoop? Ooh, it's tight.
I think he's got it. I think it's open. I think it's open actually. Look at that on the screen.
Really close.
We can see a little bit here. I think Aston can see hoop, but it's very
I can't
tight.
even tell from that angle.
Very tight. I mean, it's one of those risky ones where you miss the hoop, you could end up flicking off Fred down to the south boundary here.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
yeah. Jeez, wow.
If he's not wet enough already, he's going to lie on the grass.
Yeah.
In the mud.
He's going for it. He thinks it's open. I think it's open as well from that. Just.
I think I'm going for it here as well. It's
no.
It's that red was in his mind. But again, like you were saying, Chris, Forsey's got shots through on Aston, but all he can take him to is the short boundary.
Yeah. Definitely clearing blue here. I want to force the clearance.
It has been a minute since we've seen Aston having to make a shot for a hoop.
Well, I just think the clearance, blue on red, has an in-off potential if he doesn't get it straight. There's all sorts of. I want to move blue here. Blue can just run the hoop.
Yeah. I'm not letting Aston have a shot.
Yeah, no, blue has to be moved.
Well, it is match point, isn't it, essentially, for Aston?
Yeah. Good shot.
Yep.
He's been hitting well the last few shots, hasn't
It's
he?
been a super
Come back
performance. On. Really, really impressive. Both players, Aston keeping balls in front of the hoop. It's been wonderful. But this is the first time we've seen Aston have to hit a shot. Forsey's hit a whole bunch of them. This is the first one, and he'll be taking red out.
And black is in front, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think it's at least. I think you can sneak through there. It's definitely angly.
Oh
Well,
my goodness.
He can see the left-hand side of black there, but the hoop's definitely in play.
yeah, that was not a million miles away from being rush-peeled, was it?
It was
No.
really
I'm
quite
pretty sure he didn't try and clear it that side of the
a
hoop.
few less clicks than a million.
So shooting indicates black can at least jaws, if not run easily.
Yeah. I think even if it is only in a jawsable position, I'm shooting here.
Yeah, don't want... Yeah, it could be easily runnable as well, couldn't it?
He can't hit it on that right-hand side, though, by the looks of it.
Oh.
we going to see a jump from the baseline, or was this heading through?
Well, I don't know. Aston once again doing the right thing, putting red on the lawn,
Yeah,
just in case
yeah.
it turns out to be critical. Where is he? Oh, it's fairly straightforward, this.
Yeah, that's runnable.
Yeah, yeah, should run this.
He'll be happy to come indoors and take off some very wet clothes. He came into the clubhouse before and his teeth were chattering. They are cold out there.
I think he's got this.
2023 World Champion Aston Wade.
Aston Wade, congratulations, man.
Great performance from both players.
Really great. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, bit of a novelty to watch a final in a cyclone, and one that they can probably chalk up as they may not ever experience again in their lifetime.
Hopefully we'll be able to get an interview with the winner. I'll go and see if I can grab him.
Yes, fair enough. Off you go, Chris.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, well, I hope you've enjoyed coverage of the final today. Te moana o toi te huatahi, a sea of talent, and it was certainly a sea of rain falling down from the sky. And ngā mihi nui, thanks you once again, manaakitanga to Māori Television for providing this live stream of the Under-21 World Golf Croquet Championships. Okay, everybody, we're not done yet today. We will be having Aston Wade come upstairs once he's dried off. He is teeth chattering, saturated and very cold. So he will be coming up soon to have an interview with Chris Clark. So hang on if you'd like to hear that interview and stay online with us here at the Mona Nui Club. And hopefully this rain stays off and we can get some of this equipment packed down around the venue. There's quite a few marquees to come down. And the dinner's tonight as well. They're having the dinner for all the players tonight at the end of the event, and so I'm sure they're going to have a wonderful evening together, and really no flights are going out for a while, so they can really have a great evening together. Hello, and welcome upstairs out of the rain.
Thank you. Very nice to be out of the rain and in dry clothes.
And huge congratulations to you for winning this Under-21 Worlds Championship.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just ecstatic. Forsey gave me a really good battle. Brilliant competitor. I'm not sure he missed a shot down at 13 in that last game after the first one. So, yeah, really hard work. Great match.
Yes, his hitting came on hot then, didn't it?
Yeah.
He really, because you had a bit of a pause, didn't you? That rain was pretty rough, and he had that yellow waiting there to hit at your black.
Yeah,
and he came
I
out
thought
and
I had
nailed
it,
it.
and then he nails that in the middle. So, yeah, made it hard work, but very pleased to finish it in the fourth and not have to go back out there for a fifth. So.
Yes, at that 13th hoop, we were just like, it's the cliffhanger. Are we going to the fifth? Yeah, there was quite a lot of people inside that were keen to watch you do that. But when you came in and your teeth were chattering and you looked very cold, and I did just feel him, ladies and gentlemen, and he's still got some blood pumping around his brain. He's not too bad. He will survive. And I hear that you bought 3 changes of clothing for today.
I did. I didn't think to pack an extra pair of trousers, though, so they got soaked through, but plenty for the rest of the day. So.
Right, so you did use all your outfits up?
Pretty much, yeah.
Did you? I thought you had stayed in the same one. So that's fantastic. And so what's next on the horizon for you this season?
What is next? I've got a test match, England versus Spain in Madrid, so looking forward to that one. And yeah, I think the Europeans is probably after that, so try and defend my title there. But yeah, lots of croquet, AC and GC, AC Worlds, so looking forward to that. Yeah, plenty of stuff.
And was this the first time you've played against Forsey? Have you played him before?
Yeah, first time I played him, haven't even seen him play before. Yeah, he had a brilliant tournament, so yeah, pleased for him. Commiserations, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of matches going on in the future.
Well, he only dropped his first game yesterday in the match against Joel Steele.
Yep.
That was his first one. And so you could be very proud of not only winning this event, but taking a couple of games off Forsey. And really exciting, because did you know his father plays?
I didn't. Who is his father? Go on.
Well, I don't know the full name. Helmy?
I'm sure someone will know.
Yeah, they do. They were talking about it in the chat.
Okay.
And there's plenty of congratulations on the chat, on the YouTube channel, for you to look at. And I've seen Debbie Lyons and Steve Mulliner and all those awesome English players and people, Alison Morm, all congratulating you. And it's just,
wonderful.
It must be an amazing moment that you just want to bottle and remember for the rest of your life, playing in a cyclone here in New Zealand.
Exactly. And just on that, I do want to say thank you very much to everyone back home in the UK. I know it's midnight, but if you are still watching, I've had loads of messages of support from so many of you. So thank you very much, and hopefully you enjoyed it.
I'm sure they did. It was an incredible game to watch. And I know recently when the Mick Robinson Shield test was on in Melbourne, there was some pretty arduous conditions going on there. And England won that one too. So England's doing well at the moment, but on a roll this season, hey?
Yeah, and we had Debbie win the Women's Worlds.
Oh
so
my
that was
goodness,
good.
don't mention that. I'm wearing the T-shirt.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Anyway, it was wonderful to see Debbie after 30 years. But yes, it's really great to have met you at this tournament, and look forward to watching your croquet career as it continues. AC and GC, huh?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming upstairs, and you're probably going to have a well-deserved lunch and
Sounds
maybe
good.
a pint.
Perfect. And one last thing, I'm not sure if you're watching at the moment, Sam, but I know you have been watching some of the live stream. So just want to say from all the players here, we wish you all the best and look forward to seeing you back out on the lawn soon.
Yes, lots of well wishes, and that's lovely touch. Thanks for that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for being with us. Okay,
all right.
over and out.